You're all very welcome. On behalf of the entire RDI Hub team and all of our partners, Microsoft, MTU, Adapt Centre, AI Ireland, Innovation Exchange, South Kerry Skillnet, Connected Hubs, Western Development Commission, Tech Industry Alliance, and new partners, Fexco. We're delighted to welcome you to the 6th John McCarthy AI Summer School event. This year's theme is AI for Finance. The connection with John McCarthy. The building was actually named after the Stanford professor, John McCarthy. He was the father of artificial intelligence, and he actually coined the term artificial intelligence. He created a programming language Lisp, which was the programming language of choice for early adopters of AI. And the local connection is that his father came from Vermont, so only a couple of miles away. So we have an incredible event lined up over 2 days. We're going to have something for everyone. We have incredible speakers. We have panel discussions. We have use cases. We have loads of networking opportunities. So we want this to be really, really valuable for you guys. We're so grateful you've given up 2 full days to join us. So we want you to take away really, really good, useful insights and content. So we're talking about content and insights and connections in the RDI Hub. Okay, yeah. We're involved in a lot of different AI initiatives. So in our team, we're very passionate about AI. Kearney, my colleague Hrvoje, is running the AI Navigator program, which helps SMEs deploy AI in their companies. Daly Tyrrell is working on a roundtable series for AI and hospitality. So if you're interested in that niche, I suggest you speak to her. And I've got an interest in generative AI for marketing. So if you're interested in any of those areas, I would encourage you to scan the QR codes, connect with us on LinkedIn, or just nab us over the next few days. So as I say, just a little bit of housekeeping. The bathrooms are through this door here and down at the end of the hall. In the unlikely event of a fire alarm going off, the fire exit is out that way, the door you came in, and then there's another one at the back of the building. So without further ado, let's get you on the road. Professor David Schreier was due to get off the event, and unfortunately he couldn't make it. But in our defense, we did line up an astrophysicist in the meantime. So I hope you're not too disappointed. So we've got Hrvoje Smolic, and Hrvoje is a leader in no-code AI and predictive analytics, which helps businesses harness the power of data-driven decision-making without the need to have a data scientist in-house. He is also too modest to tell you this, but he has raised 1.2 million in investments through Enterprise Ireland and through Angel Investment, and he has customers all over the world. So we are delighted to have him as the first speaker for AI Summer School. Please give a hand with Hrvoje Smolic.
Thank you. Oh yeah, that's my slide. Hello everyone, my name is Hrvoje. I know only for brave to pronounce. As Kerry kind of said, I'm astrophysicist, but that was 20 plus years ago. Early on, I moved to data analytics and data science. First, I created different reports and static reports for large banks, typing SQL queries in Java. Then I moved to business intelligence systems. Then I moved to data science projects, applying machine learning for predictive modeling. And nowadays I'm trying to combine everything that I learned in the last 20 plus years to make a data analytics world a better place with our software in Graphite. So today, what I want to cover is I want to talk first why enterprise AI is actually failing based on different researches and what's my take on that. I want to talk about where the real business should lie and actually where it lies. I'm going to give some concrete examples in finance because I want to stay 100% relevant to this conversation here. And my thoughts about how to bridge the hype that we live in, offering our research and what we are seeing in the ground as a reality. So whenever I'm invited to talk or I have some kind of conversation, I'm trying to bring some kind of value. I know maybe my wife is not going to agree on that one all the time, but how to provide additional value is I don't want to share articles or highlights that you can Google and you can read. I want to share my opinions, my experience, and my research. My co-founder, Vina Lynch here, my good friend and co-founder, and we probably every night in our sleep, we do research because the space is moving just too fast, and you have to constantly research what's going on and where the industry is going. And we talk to many potential customers and customers, so I can share stories from the trenches, what executives are actually looking for, why are they disappointed today with the AI, and in that way, I want to bring additional value. So first, we definitely live in the AI hype age, and it's very, very hyped. And that hype is telling executives, ask me anything, and I will provide an answer. And it started with ask me to write an email for you 2 years ago, then ask me to summarize a PDF. But based on this hype, executives thought that they can ask really anything, and I'm talking about generative AI, and they're going to give they're going to have a sensible and reasonable answer, and that's just not the case, because as I'm going to point out later, generative AI is just one small piece of the huge AI field, and it's not suitable for every task. It cannot tell you anything about your business without seeing your transactional data, for example. So what we see in reality that leaders actually, they want to act, and based on AI hype, they cannot get answers helping them to make decision every morning or every Monday morning for a meeting. So this is what they want, and they're not getting it here. For example, I'm not surprised that the US Census Bureau in the States, they are surveying more than 1 million companies every 2 weeks, bi-weekly. And for weeks now, the adoption rate of AI, specifically generative AI, is actually trending down and trending down a lot. So because of this, I'm not surprised. First, I want to do one thought experiment, or how Einstein called them, Gedanken experiment. It's very cheap because you probably just need a cup of coffee or 2 cups of coffees to create some experiment in your thoughts. And let me try something. Does anyone here speaks Chinese, maybe? Okay, good. Then I'm to stay very relevant. Imagine you are this person in a closed room, and from one window, you are getting Chinese symbols. And you don't speak Chinese, you know that, but you have a giant rule book, what to do with the symbols you receive. And you follow the rules, and you produce the output, and in this window, you push the output back. From the outside, it looks like you speak Chinese, and it looks like there is understanding in the room. But from the inside, and you know it, you don't understand anything. You just follow the rules, and you are matching patterns. And that's exactly what today's large language models are doing. But when people confuse this pattern matching with intelligence or consciousness or awareness, the hype becomes dangerous. People fell in love with AI, they broke up with AI, and you trust these models to know everything about every aspect of your business, but they're just matching patterns based on their trained data. So always think about this example, which is a perfect example of how today's language models actually operate. This is funny, but very relevant example that I love to share. It was a few months back, and someone posted this question, ChatGPT. And if I ask my 10-year-old boy the same question, he will say, oh, come on, Dad, you're joking again. Of course, you have the left and right shoe. But language models, there is no intelligence, there is no awareness, there is no consciousness. So what language model is going to do, immediately, they're going to match the pattern from trained data, and they are trained on lots and lots of issues and forums where people were swapped shoes. I got 2 left shoes. So because of this training data, LLM went straight away to solving a problem that actually doesn't exist. So think of this example as well. If you want to, or you expect LLMs to solve every business challenge or problem, this is how they operate. It's all based on training data. This is what they were trained on, to solve a problem that actually doesn't exist. And of course, every model, which is even worse, is not 100% accurate. This is my favorite one, actually, from supervised machine learning, when you present Chihuahua or muffin photos to machine, and you say, okay, this is a muffin, this is Chihuahua, and then after training, you expect model to recognize. But some of these photos will be recognized without 100% accuracy for obvious reasons. So keep in mind that as well. Of course, not every model is 100% accurate. And with LLMs, it's even worse, because when you think about it, this is, here we have one answer which is right. Is this a muffin, yes or no? But in LLMs, there are many, let's say, right answers. If you produce image, 10 images will be right. If you want LLM to write an email, 10 emails will be right. There is no the rightest answer per se. So that makes things even worse if you expect generative AI to solve every potential business problem. So don't trust LLM pattern recognition in places where you can't afford it to be wrong, like in finance industry, not completely. So what we see in the field is a classic Dunning-Kruger effect. Actually, it's a term from human psychology. You know the feeling when you are new in the field and you are so full of enthusiasm and you are sure, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be brilliant in something I just started, and your confidence is going up all the way to here. And then as you learn more through time, you realize, oh, this is not as easy as I expected. This is actually so hard. Oh my God, I think I don't understand anything at all. And only after that moment, you usually go to plateau, sustainability, or you actually become an expert. This is what's happening with every new technology. And this is what's happening with AI today. I think like 6-7 months ago, we were here in the Mount Stupid because everyone was expecting AI is going to solve every problems without any problem. And now people are realizing this is not going to work. This is not going to happen. We are missing the trick. We are missing something. And people are realizing that. And the data shows that. So we need to wait furthermore in time to wait for the structure and the products that are going to support the right way for use the new technology, which is IA in this case. So there's a third misconception that AI is just chatbots. This is really, I cannot understand this misconception, but it's all over the place because probably because of the hype and the media. If you are 20+ years in the space, you know that AI is much bigger than ChatGPT, and people are just confusing ChatGPT as a synonym for AI. In fact, what we have is the big field of artificial intelligence, statistical methods. We have machine learning from data or pictures, like we saw Muffin and Chihuahua. We are training supervised or unsupervised machine learning models. Then we have deep learning with neural networks simulating what's happening in our brains. And only then, in this very hard, based on large neural networks, we have today's large language models and generative AI. So artificial intelligence is vast place, and it's childish to expect that this is enough to solve every business challenge today. And it's almost like 70-90% of people forgot the basics, which are actually enough combining with this to solve these problems. That's what we see in the field. Another good chart to show you what's happening right now in the field is the Amara's law. First, when I said that data is supporting that the AI adoption is going down, it's really all over the place. In summer, I was reading a bigger paper from McKinsey. It's saying that 8 out of 10 firms are using generative AI, but 8 out of 10 firms, they report zero impact on their P&L. Maybe they had fun with it, but they don't have any impact on their P&L. So any not any real profit from it. Also, MIT got a research saying that 95% of generative AI pilots actually stall, not moving anywhere. It's incredibly high percentage. And very similar to the previous chart, what's happening is with people, we tend to overestimate some new thing at the beginning. So this green line, this is a human expectation. Backwards. Sorry. And we used to overestimate the ability of new technology to provide something on the short term, which means everyone expecting generative AI and AI general to do more than it can do today. But on the long run, we are actually underestimating. So it will be life-changing technology for all of us, but not today, but somewhere in the future. That's what's happening according to Amara's law. Every data analytics journey, it comes in stages. And if company is not very data mature, they are probably, I hope at least, they're doing some kind of descriptive analytics with Tableau, Power BI, trying to understand what happened. This is what we saw last year compared to the year before, number of products, and so on. So this is the basics. For this, you need some kind of ETL process, data warehouse. You connect to it and you report on what happened. Another layer that's bringing more value is predictive analytics. And this analytics is going to tell you what will happen. So we are still not talking about generative AI. This is very well-proven machine learning methods based on your data to tell you what will happen, who will cancel your service, who is going to buy from you, when, why, which product. It's called machine learning, and it's very well known, but almost people kind of forgetting about it. And on the top of that, we have prescriptive analytics, which is the ultimate goal that I'm trying to achieve within my company as well. It's to tell companies what they should do based on all these building blocks. We want to produce exact strategy based on their use case. Okay, every morning, this is what you should do in order to reduce churn, to actually optimize any process in your business. Let's dive a little bit in some of the concrete examples of this prescriptive analytics as a new frontier for finance industry. For example, banking. You can report in Tableau or Power BI or similar tool all the loan volumes. You can have a lot of descriptive dashboards, and you definitely and probably have. And banking was pretty good in doing predictive analytics as well. They started very early, maybe 10 years ago, with the first models. For example, who is most likely to default next quarter to flag the customers. And but I cannot believe I'm saying that, but that's also old today. That's also old news. What you should do, if you are not doing it, you should be able to create scenarios telling you exactly what to do to optimize the process. One business question can be, for example, what will happen if we increase credit limits by 1,000 euro? And by what will happen, I mean, which segment will react in which way? And if in your data you have temperatures, time of day, that can be also all incorporated into the answer exactly what to do and what will be the advice to optimize the business question if you plan to increase credit limits. So you know exactly what to do before you do it based on your data. That's the most important part. This is based on your data. It's not based on what ChatGPT learned on forums or internet. For insurance, very similar. Probably this is what's happening today from descriptive analytics. Probably many of them are doing predictive analytics. But if you want to go prescriptive with causal machine learning, you can ask questions like, okay, if I offer 5 or 10% loyalty discount, who should I offer it to improve and protect my margin? And answer will be something like this. I'm not going to read it to that, but the point is you will get the perfect prescription, who will react how, and you're going to protect your margin. You're not going to offer a discount to someone who is going to buy anyway. And assets and wealth management, similar use case can be around portfolio allocations. And again, based on your data, the causal machine learning and prescriptive algorithms, you can ask questions like this to know exactly what to do based on your data, what's happened in the past. So that is something that we call decision intelligence. It's basically using all the foundational data that you have, all the descriptive analytics. It's using machine learning models, which were telling us use case by use case what is going to happen, and it's using understanding why it happens, and with causal machine learning, which is kind of new frontier now, at least from our point of view, is prescriptions of the best actions. And I think this is the point where AI stops being a lab experiment and starts becoming something that is going to move the P&L, especially P part of the P&L in your company. Finance, as everything else, is of course at an inflection point. When I spoke to Minister Neem Smith a couple of weeks ago, she said something incredible, that Ireland is the 3rd largest exporter of financial services in UA and 8th globally. I didn't know that. And I thought, wow. And then after that, I thought, if you're that good, the only way you go up is to change something dramatically, to make better decisions. I'm saying that because this is the reason I think why this is relevant. If you want to make better decisions, you need to create some kind of decision intelligence environment in your company to be even better, although you are already very, very good. And probably you're doing all this fraud detection, risk assessment stuff, but the new frontier is definitely simulation. What will happen if you do something, and how to exactly execute that your business question in order to optimize the process. We were part of the Gartner breakfast 2 months ago in London, and part of the conversation was around AI agents. So if you think AI agents are the new frontier, I think you are wrong, because they are real, but they will be fully acceptable, they think, 5-6 years from now. Because today, AI agents are not talking to ML models at all. It seems they're talking to LLMs, which are not so smart as we saw, and not so smart as people think. So to wrap it up, I think the real frontier today isn't the new dashboard or flashier dashboard. It's really to have foundation in decision intelligence within a company, to know exactly which decisions are leading to optimization of your processes. For that, you will need machine learning processes, you will need causal machine learning processes, and then you can feed these findings into LLMs, but only then from LLMs you can expect them to be really smart and 100% relevant for your business. And since we are on this event in this room, I can say that researchers, they're often driven by let's publish a new paper with some novelty. private sector is always driven with moving the profits and be more optimized. Startups, on the other hand, they can move 100 times faster than large enterprises. So I think this is incredible opportunity to have everyone in the same room, virtually or physically, from startups to industry to researchers, to really build this better future for all of us. So we can go from toys to tools today regarding the AI. I will end with this thought. Thank you so much. You can always connect with me on LinkedIn to continue conversation and find me here around. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Hrvoje. And Hrvoje is here for the entire day if you have any questions. We've built in loads of networking sessions, so make sure you go in and take his reins. Okay, so next up we have Michael Dowling, who is the founder of Narrative Banking. And Michael Dowling is a recognized expert in AI for finance. He has a PhD from Trinity College. He's working as professor of finance in DCU Business School, and he's published over 50 peer-reviewed articles. So as I said, he's the founder of Narrative Banking, which uses AI for hyper-personalized financial storytelling. And we're going to be joined by Michael from Amsterdam, where he's just undertaking the Techstars Amsterdam program. So he'll be right with us. Hi, Michael.
Lovely.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you perfect. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Good,
You want
good,
to turn
good.
up the sound a little?
We're in two places that have a lot of rain in common. I've never seen more rain since arriving in Amsterdam 2 weeks ago, so feels like home. Let me just make the screen big, and if there's any issues, you might let me know. But you should see a big screen that says "Better Life Outcomes" on it. Is that right?
That's perfect. We can see you perfectly. Thank you so much.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Floor is yours.
So thank you. So I'm a professor of finance in DCU. Before coming back to Ireland during COVID, I ran an AI center in France. So last September, then we received funding for our startup narrative. There's now 8 people working for this, and we work on banking hyper-personalization. But I'm going to barely mention that during this talk, and I'm instead going to talk about how agentic AI can deliver better life outcomes. So I would say, and I'd say this might be a controversial thought, of if we look at what we want to achieve better life outcomes, we need a set of trusted advisors who can get us there. And this is what we all already have in our personal lives. Hopefully, it's what we collect over our life journey. We collect friends who are great at advising us on relationships, or the uncle who's great at finance, or whatever we need in terms of people we can turn to when we have particular problems. And I guess if this is what delivers better outcomes, then when we look at the banking experience, we're clearly not getting that. The most common use of a bank app is checking your bank balance, and the next most is going, what stupid things that I spend money on in a list of transactions, and that's a pity, because financial data can be hugely informative, not just in terms of our money, but in terms of understanding our life direction. And I'll come to that in a moment, but I'll just step back a bit now just to talk about just some immediate financial insights. So trivial example here, where I uploaded my September bank balance to Google Gemini, said, here's my bank statement. Tell me 2 interesting insights I might not be aware of related to my finances, and 1 thing I can definitely do to save money next month. 8 pages of transactions, which filled me with shame and loathing as to my past life decisions, but what's done is done. It took about 2-3 minutes, and what I came back with was this. So the first insight, that without me realizing it, I'm spending 25 a month on transaction fees, 300 a year on transaction fees, on things I didn't realize as stupid as it is, and don't judge me given I'm a professor of finance, I didn't realize when I was buying stuff on Amazon UK that AIB was charging me transaction fees on top of the amount, and then the action it suggested. So it spotted that I'd transferred money to Revolut during the month, and I went, well, you already have Revolut. They don't charge for this. Why not use Revolut for this? And is this a minor thing? Or is our lack of enough money really a collection of these small decisions? You know, there's only so many 300s you can waste away during a year before you have no money. And yeah, I have no. So anyway, pretty cool. And I suppose it's a microcosm, I think, of what people need in their lives. I've got a tale of 2 70% here. This story on the left was a story I was looking up yesterday, and it was around 70% of small businesses saying they would love to turn to their bank for financial advice, but it's just not really there, to be honest. Everything's through an app. And on the personal side, there's a great phraseology here of 69% of bank customers, this is US bank customers, can be described as financially unhealthy. So we'll soon have it as a disease, and maybe it is. But here's nearly 3/4 of what makes up the fabric of the country. People and small businesses that employ most of the people in the country still, and desperately in need of financial advice, not just to have more money, but to have better outcomes. Like what we need at an individual level, rather than some online top 5 hints for managing your money, is we need a coach. We need a coach who can guide us towards these better outcomes. I have a picture here of Owen McGee, who I think is on.
Oh, perfectly right. Amazing, Grace. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a little bit of sound coming in there, but that's good. Keeps it lively. But like I know I saw Owen at a conference once, and he's a very charming, engaging person. I think he's I've heard a few people say brilliant at his job. I mean, the problem is there's only one Owen, and there's 5 million of us. So no matter how superpowered he is, he can't help us all. He can't look over our back every day and go, "Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that?" And I think that's, like, we're obviously leading up to an issue, that we're leading up to a conclusion here, that if we can't have Owen, and that's who we want, we need some form of agentic way of guiding us towards better life outcomes. And I suppose the starting question here is, I've already shown, like, I popped stuff into Gemini, just the Google version of ChatGPT, and it came back with really smart advice. So why not just that? Why not just that? That's what we're all asking. We're asking ChatGPT things 20, 30, 40 times a day, probably. So why not just use that? And I guess is that earlier I had said, give me 2 interesting insights I might not be aware of. And I only showed 1 insight here. And the second insight then was, this, and it's not wrong. It was going, so I uploaded the September statement and said, there's very large amounts of money moving through the account. And this is most definitely not a flex. I have no money. But during September, me and my wife, who's a co-founder in Narrative, we moved to Amsterdam for the Techstars Accelerator that was mentioned at the beginning, and we brought our kids, so we borrowed some money, and then because we had to pay school fees, etc. So to me, this isn't an insight because I know why it is. But the large language model doesn't know that. It thinks it's giving me an insight, which is clearly not. And that's, I guess, the heart of the problem and the type of thing that agentic AI can help solve. So how could we help these types of technologies, these types of chat models, how could we help them to understand who we are? So when they give us life, when they guide us towards better life outcomes, that it's a valid form of guidance towards a better life outcome. And I've got 2 technical slides next. I'm not going to concentrate on the technical bit, and maybe for some of you it might not be technical enough, so I might be losing the audience both ways. But it was mentioned in the previous talk as well. So what we do now to make sure that a large language model, like a chat model, understands knowledge and understands what position it should answer from. So if you set up a hotel chatbot, you'd normally do something like you'd scrape your hotel website to get all the information, you'd pop it in the back, and then your chat agent refers back to that information when it's trying to answer. So it's informed. The issue is that isn't a great way of describing people or describing small businesses. That we are complex networks. We have different things in our lives. Some of the thoughts we are thinking today some of the thoughts on how we approach people might literally be informed by what's happened on the traitors in the last few days. Like we don't have a consistent worldview. It's constantly evolving. It's constantly changing. And some of how we think was formed based on things our grandparents taught us when we were kids. Most of our cultural outlook on life is formed by the age of 6. So we are complex. You can't load that into a set of documents. And really the best way of thinking about the human brain is that it's a network of connected information. So that is constantly updating. So there's new technologies that now exist to help give a large language model the right form of memory to be able to understand your perspective. This particular chart here is from a new software that is being created, which essentially can sift through huge amounts of documents or chats or emails or anything, and it can work out all the connections in your life, and it can constantly update it. So if you were, like, to use the simple example, if you were a Coke fan and now you're a Pepsi fan, it can just work that out and update the connections, and it's always up to date with who you are. But until we've built out this type of network, then there's no brain behind the AI. that can act in your interest, that can guide you towards better life outcomes. The other thing, and it comes back to, and apologies about this slide. I'm only seeing it live now for the first time. I wrote it, but I'm now realizing that's a pretty crappy slide. Is if we're making an important life decision, we don't just make it in our head. We don't just talk to one person. We speak to a few people. We speak to a few people who we know have our interests at heart, who we know have knowledge about a situation, and we know that they'll all approach it in a slightly different way. What your mum might tell you might be different to what your old college buddy might tell you, to etc., etc. And there are now really good agentic AI platforms. This is an example of one from Agentic. If I remember correctly, and please don't quote me, and I realize this meeting is being recorded, I think it might have been created by the founders of Airbnb, maybe. And it's a way in which you can set up all these trusted advisors or these agents that then when you pose a problem or you pose a question to them, it gets sent out to all of these individual agents, and they work together based on their own unique knowledge to come up with the best answer to a question. When you asked ChatGPT, or when I asked Gemini earlier, when I asked it a question, it's a one-shot question. It goes, well, with the highest probability, what's the best answer to give Michael? And that's it, one and done. Whereas a multi-agent setup means you can have a lot of reflection. You can have somebody who's thinking from an emotional perspective, someone from a financial perspective, someone from an even wider perspective, and they can all work together to solve your problem. So the right data structure that really understands what's going on in your head, and then the right team of people to solve a problem. Now, these are reasonably straightforward tools to get speaking to each other and to get working together. And when you do that, you then end up with a system that's capable of acting in your direct interests. So I at this point now, I'm going to show you an example of what narrative does, not because narrative is the perfect example of this, but just because it's the example I know. So one of the applications that we've built in narrative is Finley. And Finley is a small business banking coach. So it works with banks who want to engage better with small businesses. So what you're seeing here is a screenshot from a demo account where somebody runs a bakery in North Dublin, and they've connected in their bank details through open banking. So this has already been piloted in the Irish market with a bank. So they connect in their bank details, and we gather all the public information that's available on a small business. And then the small business asks questions over time about things they're interested in. And based on all of this knowledge together that goes into that chart, that builds up this big picture of who this small business is and where the owner wants to go. We then do things like, say, this landing page, where it is hyper-personalized growth ideas that are unique for each individual business. And that's what that graph plus agentic structure enables delivering. So if we take the second story here, that in the retail world, Christmas can never start too soon. And so preparing for Christmas boosts, where we can then, based on our understanding of this individual person, we can work out a project for grabbing more of the Christmas market in their specific areas. And I suppose the key point is this is then a lot closer to the real intention of a business when they're using an AI, because it's based on who they are and where they want to go. So I think that's the key question then, and it's the key question in any type of agentic AI conversation. It's where's the brain? If it's just a chat agent, it can't know you. It can't know you and all the layers of complexity who you are. And it doesn't have the team structure that can work together in order to arrive at the best type of life outcome. And I think we're leading towards a future where banking is going to turn into something like this. I mean, the reason we're here in Amsterdam is a thing called a Techstars Accelerator, but a Dutch bank called ABN AMRO has taken a small stake in the company and all the other accelerator companies because they view this as the future as well. So I think I guess I was going to say something about Owen McGee, but I think I've maybe said him too many times. But you know, where everybody has that type of hyper-personalized guidance, where you're not just looking at this my bank account where I check if I have any money, but actually from your financial data, which gives such rich insights into where you are in life, where you're going next, that banks start to guide not just towards better financial outcomes, but even better life outcomes. So that's me. I'm done. I've no more slides here, but I'd love to take any questions if anybody has them.
There's a question here.
1 second, I'll get the microphone. Yep. Just 1 second, Michael. I'll just get the microphone.
Yeah.
You can hear me, can you? Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
How are you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can. Perfect.
Alan
Yeah.
here. Presumably this is in partnership with the banks. Just wondering how you're talking about an app, but how does the data get into the app?
Yeah, so in our particular case, we use an open banking integration. So in the same way as you link your traditional bank into, say, Revolut or similar. So we have an open banking license where just with one click, people can share their transaction data.
So people have to go themselves and download the Excel file from AIB, Bank of Ireland, and drop it in. Is that it?
No, it's just like it's in the app on sign up. It's just one click, and then do you accept? Yeah. So there's no manual work at all involved. Yeah.
Just one more question. Sorry, just one more question.
Yeah.
So then if you identify a problem, how do you still solve the problem?
So there's, I mean, like, so across our piloting, do you know, some of the problems are not the big problems, they're the small problems, the things like so many redundant subscriptions that people have, bills that are too high, and yeah, I mean, one of the big products within the Finley app, which I didn't show there, is every 30 months you just get a financial report and it points out, you know, here are all the things that you can do better, the bits where you're not like the average small business that you're spending too much, and bits, you know, comparing your bills to public information about what the cheapest bill is. So there's so much low-hanging fruit. But then, obviously, the biggest thing then is growing out of cost pressures in the right way, helping a company to progress. And it is a huge issue across the EU. Like over the last 5 years, I think small businesses have grown about 1% a year, and it's too little that if there's any shock, you're just so on the edge and turning back into a growth mindset.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. I'm afraid that's all we've got time for now. We're on a tight schedule. Michael, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to join us. So
Oh,
thanks.
it's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey guys, sorry, we've just done our next speaker is a very tight stop time. So up next we have David Kearney, who is the CEO and founder of Numra. So he is chartered accountant and he's a serial fintech entrepreneur. And he previously co-founded Peblo, which was acquired by Wayflyer. Numra is an AI-powered platform automating finance operations for teams, and he's passionate about freeing up financial professionals from routine jobs. So we're going to be joined now by David. David, can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear. Can you hear me, Kerry?
Yep, perfect. 1 second now, we'll just get your screen shared.
Give me 2 secs here.
David, good to see you.
Great to see you. Give me a second here while I try and get my screen share working for you guys.
Problem at all?
Okay, I can see it up on your screen, so good stuff. Is that my... I don't see you guys. Okay, is that screen moving for you guys?
Yep, we can see it. It's perfect.
Okay, great stuff. So, yeah, I'm really stuck on time. Yeah, thanks very much. I'm stuck on time today, so this is going to be 20 minutes. I probably won't have questions at the end. Feel free to share my email, Kerry, with anyone afterwards, or reach out to me on LinkedIn or anything like that. So I guess you gave me a good introduction there. Chartered accountant, background is in accounting and finance. I did audit with PwC back in the day, and I've been in tech and startups now for about 5 years. So this is Numra, is my second startup. And we are building what we refer to as the digital workforce for finance operations. So it's a suite of AI agents who work like real teammates inside of your finance team. They learn your processes, they can access your systems, and then they can take on the heavy lifting in areas like accounts payable, accounts receivable, and beyond. So for today, I will show you a little bit of Numra at the end, but I actually just want to show you all, I guess, practical ways that you can actually integrate AI and AI agents into your day-to-day work as finance professionals. So I am going to assume that everybody here has at least a beginner's understanding of AI and the tools that are out there. You know, I'm assuming everybody has used ChatGPT or Google Gemini or Claude or, you know, all of the chatbots that have taken the world by storm. I'm going to keep things very practical. I'm going to skip past all of the theory, and I'm just going to focus on live examples and demos. So hopefully by the end of this, you know, you can walk away with a few ideas that you can go into work on Monday morning and actually try out for yourselves. Okay. So while I do want to spend 99% of this on real examples, there is one definition that I think it's important to get straight first, and that is, what exactly do we mean when we say AI agent? So most of you have used ChatGPT. It's brilliant for answering questions, drafting text, explaining tricky accounting concepts in plain English. But at the end of the day, it's a chatbot. It lives in the chat window, and you have to drive the process. An AI agent goes a step further. So it doesn't just give you an answer, it can actually do things. So it's like ChatGPT, but with, you know, arms and legs. So it can connect to your systems, it can pull data, it can send an email, it can update a spreadsheet, and it can move information from one place to another. So if you think about ChatGPT as, I guess, like a really smart intern who sits at your desk and answers your questions, an AI agent will be an intern who rolls up their sleeves, logs into NetSuite on Excel, and then like drops the finished report back on your desk. So that's it for the theory. I'm going to get into the live demos now. So the first thing I want to show you guys is actually using Claude. For those of you not familiar with Claude, it is ChatGPT's biggest competitor. The cool thing about Claude is that recently they have released an update that means it can actually create real files like Excels and PowerPoints. So instead of giving you, just text in chat window, it can hand you back spreadsheets and slides that you'd normally spend hours building yourself. So I'm going to show you quickly how you can use Claude to save yourself, days of hassle at month end when you're doing analysis and reporting. So for the purpose of this demo, I have picked an example that I hope everybody in the room will know, and that is Supermax, and more specifically, my local Supermax, which is in Blackrock, County Dublin. Now, I have already run this chat. I'm not going to do it live, and the reason for that is that I'm tight on time. I'm going to walk you through the conversation bit by bit and show you all of the outputs. But for your context, this entire chat took me, say, 10 to 12 minutes to get from the very first prompt all the way down to the end. Okay, so imagine you're working in financial planning and analysis at Supermax HQ. You get an email from the CFO asking you to do a deep dive on profitability for the Blackrock restaurant. Now, normally you'd have sales data in one system, supplier costs in another, payroll costs sitting somewhere else, and you might spend 2 hours in Excel trying to VLOOKUP it all together so that you can begin your analysis. What I did instead here was I actually fed in 4 different data sources in Excel into Claude. So you can see here I've got labor, packaging, ingredients, and sales. Just so you can see, this is what those spreadsheets actually look like inside of them. And I put them into Claude and I said, with a prompt, more or less asking him to cleanse and consolidate the data into a single file so that I can perform the analysis. What Claude does here is pretty interesting. So it takes those files and it uses Python in the background to basically combine, cleanse, and consolidate them into a single data set. You can see here that there's a lot of text here and thinking. So Claude isn't just a black box. It shows you step by step what it is actually doing. It's like an audit log of its thought process. So you can see how it's validating and cleaning the data. And then at the very end of this, down here, it's given us a link to actually download the data set. So you can download it in Excel, or you can download it into your Google Drive if you're a Google Sheets user like I am. So here we go. You can see we've got a nice clean table here that Claude has pulled everything into. Nice summary totals, nicely formatted. What is pretty cool as well is the data validation tab that we have in here. So actually, it's run a check in this tab against all of the other sheets just to make sure everything reconciles and that nothing has been lost in the process. So you're actually able to check its outputs and trust them. The next step, we are going to perform the profitability analysis now on that cleaned data set. So here again, I have prompted Claude just to do a basic profitability analysis. Revenue, unit costs, gross profit per unit, contribution margin, total gross profit. I've asked it to rank the products, color the top 3 in green, color the bottom 3 in red, and again, double check that everything reconciles. So again, Claude has used Python to perform this analysis. It shows all of its thinking here as it goes. It does actually give us a high level analysis here in the chat, but also again, it's given us an output in Excel. So I'm just going to open that up again and show you what it looks like. Okay, so we can see here, basically the conditional formatting here does all of the talking. We've got top performers, Coca-Cola, fries, chicken tenders, the bottom performers, cod and chips, the Mighty Mac and taco fries. Great products, but heavier on the costs, it seems. So kind of 2 key takeaways we have here really quickly for the CFO is that sides and beverages are quietly carrying the P&L. and then that there's clear headroom to, I guess, to tune either pricing or costs on the lower margin items. Excuse me. So now that that's done, okay, you've got this in Excel, but we're not finished. So we need to essentially turn this analysis into like useful information for decision makers, okay? So I went back into Claude and I asked it for 2 outputs. One of them is an interactive dashboard that the CFO can poke around at without having to call FP&A every 5 minutes. And the second is a short executive email summary that basically outlines the key findings and explains what to do next. So if I scroll down here, Claude has linked me to the dashboard, and it's going to open up here at the side. You've got your top level KPIs there at the top: revenue, profit, average margin. You've got some nice looking graphs here, contribution margin by product, and you've got profit distribution by product in a pie chart as well. It's pretty cool. Down here is probably the most interesting part. So you've got an interactive scenario planning section, okay? This is where you get to play around with the levers, you know, price, cost, volumes, and watch how changes in them can ripple across every product down here, outlined at the bottom. So like this was done in like 2 minutes from me putting that prompt in. You know, in a pre-AI world, I think this would have taken a developer maybe 2 weeks and everybody would have moved on by then. And now, you know, it's just there at your fingertips. So let's have a quick go at it and see if it actually works. So I can bump up the price across all of the products and we can see profits are going up. I can increase cost reductions, again, seeing that the margins and the profits are jumping up. And I could push the volumes down if we're going to increase prices and cut costs. I'm sure people aren't going to buy as much of our stuff. And you can see that impact flowing through as well. So it's just really handy to get some quick analysis. You're not in there trying to like bend a spreadsheet in ways that it doesn't need to be bent. And it's just a really nice way of being able to do this. The other output that we have here is the executive email. So let me just close this so we can see it properly. Here we go, dear leadership team. It's very formal, but it is basically the exact kind of email that you would need to send with this. You know, it's short, it's sharp, it does more or less everything that a good finance email should do. So it's calling out, you know, 3 big numbers here at the top. It's calling out 3 insights here. And then it is outlining what should be done about it, basically. So normally this part can take a while. You know, you've run the analysis and then you're sitting there staring at a blank email, kind of wondering, like, you're sitting there looking at this saying, how can you make cod and chips is bleeding margin sound like a strategic insight? But with Claude, it's just done it for us without us even having to think, really. So between the dashboard and the email, you've got 2 things that every exec is actually going to want. You know, they've got a nice toy to play with in terms of the scenario planning dashboard, and then they've got a memo that tells them exactly what they need to do next. So I'm going to move off Claude for now. There is so much more that you can do with this. I don't have time to show you today, but I do recommend everybody picks it up and starts playing with it. I've used it internally here at Numra to build planning templates from scratch. I've also used it recently to build a fairly complex 3-statement financial model for an upcoming fundraise, something I would have probably paid, you know, high 5 figures for, or high 4 figures for, should I say, with a consultant, and I actually got it done in about half the day. So really recommend checking that one out. Yeah, so that's Claude. Really good for analysis planning, even spitting out board packs. It can make slides. But like I said at the start, okay, this is mostly me asking Claude for outputs. It's still me in the driver's seat. So I'm going to shift gears here and I'm going to show you something a little bit different. And that is how you can actually build your own AI agents. So for that, I use a tool called Lindy. AI. Okay. I was able to build, I did this morning, see here at 10 a.m. I was able to build an AI collections agent inside Lindy in just a few minutes. So it's an agent that can chase overdue invoices, send reminders, and just basically do one of those tasks that everybody in the AR department hates doing. So let me show you how straightforward it was. Lindy has a conversational workflow builder. So it's just a chatbot. You come in here and you just tell us what you want, what type of agent you want to build. So I came in and I said, I want to build an AI agent to help me manage the pre-dunning and dunning process. Lindy here has come back to me and said, okay, yeah, that's great. I can help you with that. A few questions first. So it's asked me where the customer data is stored. It's asked me what channels do I want to communicate over? Do I want to do email, SMS, or both? And then it said what triggers the collection process. So is it, invoice, due date, or whatever else? So I've gone back, I've just said 0 Gmail, and I've said the due date triggers the process, and I've given it an outline here of the cadence that I wanted to follow, which is basically every 7 days. Once it goes overdue, follow up every 7 days, and then on day 40, just escalate it to a human on the team. So Lindy does come back, which is handy, and just confirms in text exactly what you mean. Okay, like this is the exact flow that Lindy's going to build out. I said, yeah, that looks great. And then it got building. So this building part here, it took, maybe there's a timestamp on it. I think it took about 5 to 7 minutes to actually get the workflow built out completely from end to end. Popped out here, it's kind of taking some assumptions. So it's saying daily at 9 a.m. the agent is going to go into 0. It's going to check for overdue invoices, and for ones that are overdue, it's going to follow the cadence that I set out. And I didn't even tell it to keep me as a human in the loop, but it actually did. So on day 40, it's going to escalate the overdue collections to me. And then you can see here on the right-hand side, so this is actually the workflow that it built out. So you can see it looks complex, but it's not really. If you get used to these tools quickly and you get the workflow builder to build everything for you. But it's all of just the different triggers and the connections that you need. You can see here, it's got the 0, it's got conditional logic, it's got Gmail down here, and it goes on for basically the full length of the collections process. So I've been playing around with this. It's seriously impressive. Like these tools, every month, like if you use some of these 6 months ago and you didn't like them, go back and take a look at them now. Every time I log back into them, they've launched new features and they've become even more impressive. It's actually scary how fast some of them are actually moving. So again, as with Claude, if you've got some kind of more lightweight workflows that you work with are kind of rules based and recurring, really recommend giving something like Lindy a try. There's other tools like Zapier and N8N as well if you want to check those out. It doesn't necessarily have to be Lindy. So yeah, like what I will say about these tools is that, like I just said there, so they're brilliant for getting like quick wins with relatively simple processes, but they're a little bit lightweight, and someone on your team has to babysit them. So they need to make sure that the tools are running. They need to patch things up when they break. They miss a really important part of like finance function work, which is, you really need a human in the loop to review, any kind of AI outputs. Like you review anyone who you've delegated work to, you always are going to review it, and it's just super important in finance. And these tools, they don't have like the front end screens, for people to do that. So that is really the gap that my own company, Numra, fills. Instead of having to, cobble these things together and maintain them yourselves, we give you access to this kind of functionality off the shelf and a little bit more. So I will show you super quick an example here of how our accounts payable AI agent works at Numra. So I'm going to start it off in the AP mailbox. So our AI agent for accounts payable is named Mary. Mary plugs directly into your AP mailbox. So, you know, like invoices at company.com. She organizes the emails with labels, picks up invoices and codes them based on your rules, sends them for approval, and can post them into your ERP, you know, NetSuite, SAP, Dynamics, whatever you're using. So the really cool bit is that like Mary is living inside of the AP inbox. She follows plain English instructions, just like a colleague would. And that means she can just do a lot of things traditional software can't do. So like she can pick up context from an email body on how to code an invoice. She can translate any invoice from any language into any other language. She can handle like really complex invoices without needing a human to step in, just based on written instructions that you put into the platform yourself. So if you look here at the email inbox, I'm not sure how big it is on your screen, but Mary has actually labeled all of these invoices as they come in. So she's ignored things here like a supplier statement. Anything with an invoice, she's kind of tagged it as an invoice and said what stage in the process it's at. She can do a lot of triage work within the mailbox. You can set up rules and even trigger like vendor setups and fraud detection from within here. I'm not going to show you that today because I don't really have enough time. But this is the kind of thing that could cause a serious headache for someone working in AP, especially when, like, if your invoice volumes are over 200 a month, the AP mailbox can become very, very noisy. So Mary picks these all up. She sucks invoices into the Numra platform for humans to review. Okay. This is a look at our platform. Here is where you can actually train Mary and review her outputs, okay? So within the agent guidelines, you can give Mary rules on how to code invoices. They're written in plain, simple English, and they can be used basically for processing really complex invoices. So an example I always use is Amazon Web Services. They send these really long invoices with like hundreds, if not thousands of line items on them. They're dozens of pages long, and like traditional OCR tools don't do a great job at being able to process them. So I've set a rule here in our platform saying, basically don't capture all of the line items on the AWS invoice, just take the summary total on page 1 and recognize that as a single line item. So if I navigate over here to the human in the loop, this is where you would just be checking Mary's outputs before you send things for approval. We've got the AWS invoice sitting here. I'm going to open it up, and what we're going to see is, let's give it a second to load. The invoice itself is something like 25, yeah, it's 24 pages long. So you'll see here, let's load. It's pages and pages and pages of different line items and totals and subtotals. What we have down here in the line item section is Mary has just recognized the total amount as one line item as per the instructions that we had in the platform. So this can kind of save all of those kind of edge case invoice processing tasks that a lot of these kind of invoice heavy AP teams have to deal with. After you've kind of reviewed everything that Mary does, she will send the invoice for approval based on your approval hierarchy. Here we have what an approval email looks like. So she actually forwards the original invoice to the approver. So you have the original email. So you have everything in chain. You've got the attachment. You've got the outline here. You scroll down. You can really simply just reply to her with number 1 to approve, the number 2 to reject. You can do it on your phone. It's super easy. You can put a response if you're rejecting it of why, and the finance team are going to be able to see that. And you've got basically the audit trail is staying fully within the original email. You've also got it in the Numra platform. You're also going to have it within your ERP as well. So it's just really handy for digging into issues and whatnot as they come up. So this is just a snapshot of what Numra can do. I was going to hopefully show more, but I have an appointment at 1:30 that I have to dash out the door for, so I won't get to do it. But we can handle things like vendor setups, fraud detection. We have an accounts receivable agent called Archie. He does more complex follow-ups on AR invoices and stuff like that. So that's it from me. Like, the way I see it is, you know, finance teams, like, just embrace AI, try it out, like, go after the low-hanging fruit. You're going to be able to just scale your capacity by so much just by bringing these tools in and using them every day. And you might even, you know, get to leave the office on time once in a while if you are using them well. I would love to stay for questions, but as I said, I do have to dash. Feel free to share my email or shoot me a message on LinkedIn if you have any. I just want to say thank you all very much for your time. It's been great to share this with you. And I hope, you know, maybe you can bring some of these ideas and use them at work next week. All right, I'm gonna jump. See you guys. Bye.
Not only that, he's putting me in mind for Supermax. And on that note, guys, another networking break is plugged in. So go and grab some refreshments and chat, talk to each other, pick each other's brains, and we'll see you back in half an hour. I'd like to introduce Kevin Neary, who is the CEO and founder of Orcawise. And Kevin is an industry advisor board member at Cedar. And he's also a keynote speaker and has received numerous awards for AI advocacy. Kevin, we're delighted you can join us. Can you hear us?
Yes, Kerry, hi, how you doing?
Great, thanks so much. Listen, Kevin, the floor is yours.
Super, thank you. And great to be here with everybody today at the summer school. I do a lot of work in the United States, and John McCarthy's name and the AI summer school, I always talk about it when I'm giving presentations, so delighted to be here. Thanks for the introduction, Kerry. I'm the founder, or co-founder, and CEO at Orcawise, and we are a responsible AI products and services company. We are a spin out from Nova UCD in 2016. And since then, we've been providing responsible AI products and services in the market. And over time, we've noticed the dynamics of the AI market, as I'm sure many of you are experiencing, how it keeps changing all the time. And we were looking for a way to figure out how we could have a sustainable competitive advantage ourselves. And we decided on responsible AI, and particularly we decided on RAMS, responsible AI management systems, because the way we saw it, no matter how much change we might experience in the AI market and the dynamics of the market, one thing that would remain constant is responsible AI and governance. And therefore we launched this RAMS product, which will give you a really good idea around how you can think about responsible AI in the context of agentic AI in the financial industry. So the big question, and the question that causes a lot of tension, I think, is around finance. And finance runs on trust. Traditionally, we know that. But agentic AI runs on autonomy. So we got a bit of a problem. Finance is always dependent on trust between banks and customers, between regulators and institutions, and between firms themselves. And without this tradition of trust, the system totally collapses. But now we have agentic AI, and it's built differently. It thrives on autonomy, on systems that can act independently, make decisions in real time, and scale faster than any human team ever could. This is a completely different dynamic. And when we put these two forces together, you get the big question. How do we make trust and autonomy coexist? And that's a question we want to answer today. Because if we get this wrong, autonomy undermines trust. And if we get it right, autonomy actually strengthens trust by making finance faster and more transparent and even more resilient. So this is the risk and this is the opportunity at the same time. How do we manage for this? And to do so, how do we manage for this as quickly as AI is evolving? So in our work at Orcawise, we've discovered that RAMS, a responsible AI management system, must sit at the foundation of everything we do in agentic AI world. Basically, we need a governance backbone that allows trust and autonomy to run side by side. We can't allow trust and autonomy to collide as we move forward at warp speed, and that is the risk that we want to address. So why have we focused on finance? Well, traditionally it's high value, high risk decisions in finance. The stakes are always high. Every decision, whether it's approving a loan, executing a trade, or managing a liquidity, involves real money, real customers with real consequences. And that's why we call finance both a high value and a high risk. And it's this environment where agentic AI can create huge gains and where the risks must be carefully managed. Of course, finance is heavily regulated, and there's a lot of security and scrutiny around it. And no industry is watched as closely as this industry is. The regulators, auditors, compliance officers, they all have their eyes on every new tool we deploy. And this scrutiny, it's a continuous reminder that trust is the foundation of the financial services industry. And that means any AI, especially agentic AI, has to pass the test of explainability, accountability, and resilience. And if you're passing this test and you're shipping products in the financial sector, you're on the road to success. The other point is that early adopter of AI risk, fraud, and compliance happens in the technology industry, and finance has always been a first mover in technology. This is good. I mean, from ATMs to algorithmic trading, this sector, it doesn't shy away from innovation at all. And nowadays, AI is already embedded in fraud detection, anti-money laundering, compliance.
Heavin, you're muted. Your Heavin's muted.
Hi.
Perfect. Yep, you're good again. Thank you. We just lost the last couple of seconds.
Just the last couple of seconds. Fine. That's great. So, yeah, as I was saying, that the finance has always been a first mover in technology, from ATMs to algorithmic trading. And so nowadays, AI is already embedded in fraud detection and anti-money laundering systems. But that innovation must be careful, because adoption will stall unless we build in governance from the start. And that's why responsible AI management systems like this RAM systems we're going to show you are being introduced into financial workflows to give finance the standards aligned backbone that makes agentic AI both safe and actionable. So introducing RAMS as a responsible AI management system, one of the first responsible AI management systems in the market. And you can think of it as an operating system for running AI responsibly in the enterprise. So just like finance has accounting and standards and risk frameworks, RAMS gives us a structured way to govern agentic AI, those particular systems that make decisions with a certain degree of autonomy. Now, the important thing is that RAMS is standards-based. It's aligned with ISO 42001, the EU AI Act, and NIST in the United States. And it's important to note here that we're not reinventing governance from scratch, but instead we're building on trusted global standards that regulators and boards already recognize. So those standards are already there for you. It's how you interpret them and how you draw on them is the secret to success and the secret to a competitive advantage. And with RAMS, we deliver this through 3 pillars. Number 1, the standards. And these are the anchors that we talked about, the ISO, the EU AI Act, and NIST. And then we have credentials, a really important part of this framework. You know, of course, governance is all about systems, as we know, but equally important nowadays in the AI era is that governance is also about people. And RAMS certified tracks build the skills inside the finance teams. And these certifications cover practitioners, leaders, architects, and foundations. And we'll look at them in a bit more detail in a minute. And then finally, we have implementation. And this is where governance comes to life day to day with things like prompt ops, guardrails, even evidence packs built directly into the workflows of credit, fraud, and compliance. So while a system like RAMS starts as a framework, and you could adopt the system I'm presenting here, you could implement your own system inside your organization. Google and Microsoft, they are also shipping systems like this. It builds out as a responsible AI management system that can make agentic AI in finance more scalable, compliant, and trusted. So let's look at each one of these very, very briefly, starting with the standards. We're very familiar with these standards, I think, at this stage. There's 3 standards that are important, the ISO 42001, the EU AI Act, and NIST. Just a quick word on 42001. It's very like the ISO 27001 for security, which we are already very familiar with. And this gives finance a structured, auditable way to run the agentic AI, documented processes, reviews, and continual improvement. And as we said earlier, those documents are already there and available. It's how you draw on them and interpret them is what we want to look at. Then we have the EU AI Act, which is now law in Europe. And I notice around the world, and particularly in the United States, it's becoming a default standard in the absence of other guidelines. So we can take it that the EU AI Act is quickly becoming a de facto standards. It sets mandatory guardrails for high-risk use cases like credit scoring, fraud, compliance, and a RAME systems turns those articles from these acts and various other legislations into day-to-day controls that you can show to auditors, leaders, investors, and that's what this ecosystem is looking for right now. And then finally, in this example, we have NIST, which is the US-aligned risk framework. RAMS maps onto NIST, so multinational teams see one coherent risk picture across all the regions. And whilst this example shows you three guidelines, three standards, we know that there are so many other standards coming down the line. So for example, in the United States, each state is introducing its own legislation and guidelines. Each industry has its own legislation and guidelines, and even sectors within industries are coming with their own guidelines. And so as we move forward and as our clients are selling internationally, we can layer on these various legislations and guidelines that are coming into the market. And we see hundreds of them coming. And I think what's going to happen is if you're selling internationally, you'll need a system like RAMS that will automatically enable you to be compliant into whatever jurisdiction you're selling into. And to be able to do that automatically and in a confident way is a very, very valuable go-to-market strategy. So let's take a quick look at the credentials now. And I think this one is really important because we know that workforce is a bottleneck to AI adoption right now. Having standards is one thing, but it's the people who run the systems. So this next layer of RAMS is all about building the skills and confidence inside the finance teams through these credentials. So we designed these credentials in conjunction with a focus group and an expert group of leading learning and development professionals across many different sectors who identified exactly what our organization needs when it comes to responsible AI credentials and accreditation. So right now, most finance professionals, as you know, they haven't been trained to manage agentic AI. And there is plenty of development of agentic AI, but nobody's been trained to manage it carefully. You know, finance professionals certainly know about regulation and they know about risk, but they don't seem to know how to translate that into, for example, prompt governance or bias testing or even evidence packs. And this gap is what slows down adoption, and this gap is slowing down the ROI that everybody is expecting from AI, and there seems to be a bit of a lag in achieving that ROI. So the RAMS credential tracks that we identified as being critically important from our focus group is foundations, number one, which is a baseline for every professional inside your organization. An AI delivery practitioner, somebody who's going to implement those day-to-day workflows in a responsible way. The leadership, of course, because the leadership has to enable the AI across the organization. And then finally, the systems architect, those guys who are responsible for implementing auditable agentic AI systems. And these might be developers of AI systems, but more specifically, they are implementers of auditable AI systems. They are those people who put the frameworks and the guardrails and the guidelines around those agentic AI systems that are being developed inside the banks right now. So I think the key takeaway here is that a credentialing layer like this will remove the skills bottleneck that exists right now and give finance leaders and teams the competence to deploy agentic AI with trust and accountability. And if we look at that a little more deeply and show you exactly how this might roll out inside your organization, certainly how it's going to roll out inside the organizations of the future, you know, we see this as being a cultural shift. Building team credentials work because it creates a culture, a foundation for responsible AI. which ensures responsibility isn't bolted on at the end. And that's something, and we see, and I think any vendors in the audience would agree that a lot of products are being shipped right now in AI, and then suddenly there's a question, well, is it responsible? And sometimes the answer is, well, let's bolt on responsible AI and ship it. And that really is not the way to do it. The responsible AI needs to be built in from day one, because that's where the competitive advantage is going to come from, as I'll show you in a minute. So through the distribution of credentials across this workforce, not everyone needs to be an AI architect in terms that we associate with AI developers, but everybody needs a foundation. And our research is telling us that approximately 80% of your team would need to have a foundational understanding of AI. And we hear a lot about AI literacy in this context. And then we're thinking about responsible AI literacy is how we should be thinking about AI literacy. Then we have practitioners, and depending on your type of organization, so maybe 7% of your organization might be practitioners. The delivery layer, the people who run the workflows and prompt audits and implement RAMs daily. If you're an AI first company, this percentage might be a lot higher. If you're a traditional bank, it's probably going to be around 5-7%, or maybe a little bit less. Then the leadership, of course, inside the organization, very important that the leaders are enabled. And then finally, we have the systems architects, these people who are responsible for implementing approximately 2, 3, maybe 5%, depending on your type of organization. So we found that this structure ensures that AI doesn't leave your workforce behind. It lifts them up, it includes the workforce, it motivates them, it ensures your organization is scaling in a responsible way. So I think the takeaway is very, very clear here. This is what sets the culture. And if this foundation is in place, then everything that will ensue will by default be responsible with the right management and the right frameworks. And then finally, let's look at the implementation layer. And we've broken this down into design, approve, monitor, and audit. So we've looked at the standards, we looked at the credentials, and this demonstrates how it actually works day to day through this implementation layer. So first, at the very start, as we said, the prompts and the AI workflows are designed. And with RAMs, they don't just sit in someone's head. They're sort of documented, they're versioned, they're tagged. So the process is transparent for everybody. Next, they go through approvals. And just like financial products need sign-off, prompts and AI workflows get reviewed and approved. And suddenly you can see how these new jobs are appearing inside financial organizations. So many jobs are coming down the line like this. And as these prompt ops is a term we use quite a lot, is visible in action right across the organization. And so we're now striving for governance at every stage of a design, not after the fact, which seems to be the way things are right now. So once live, the RAMs continuously monitors. Agentic AI kicks in here. We set the thresholds for autonomy, when to escalate to a human, critically important. And this seems to me to be one smart way for how finance can balance automation with oversight. And then finally, we have the audit layer. Every action is logged in an evidence pack. And that way, if regulators or internal auditors or leadership inside the company, you can trace exactly what the AI did and why, without interrupting or slowing down the business in any way. So it's a seamless pipeline of information for anybody that needs it. So I think the key takeaway from this slide is that we design, approve, monitor, and audit. And this life cycle approach is how we make governance part of a product itself, not the afterthought. And that's something we want to emphasize, is that responsible AI is your product. It might be a credit scoring system, it might be a loan management system, but it's a responsible AI product in that context. So it becomes a significant competitive advantage that sets you apart in your ecosystem. So you need everybody in your ecosystem, your employees, your partners, your clients, your investors, to know that you are a responsible AI company, and that every product and service that you ship is built on a responsible AI framework. That is a significant competitive advantage right now for anybody who's adopting it. A very, very quick case study for you. So let's imagine you're running a retail bank and you want to speed up credit decisions, for example. So you decide to pilot Agentic AI. So this is where we're at right now in the industry. So a credit risk management system, and of course the system is designed to pull in transactional data, credit scores, even market signals in real time, and then make recommendations for loan approvals. And of course it promises faster decisions, lower costs, and happier customers. But then within weeks, a problem appears. So for example, startups in the green energy and other emerging sectors are getting declined far more than often. Why? Because the AI is drawing on historical data that favors maybe traditional businesses. It doesn't have a database of green energy companies. And this bias is invisible at first, but it's costing the bank real opportunities. Then the auditors step in and they ask, well, why did AI do this? Why did this happen? Why are they rejecting this company and approving that company? And then suddenly the bank realizes it can't explain the reasoning. You know, it's one thing having a problem and things going wrong, but not being able to explain a problem is a pretty bad place to be. And the AI produces flawed outputs, as we can see, and critically, without logs or a rationale, the decisions can't be defended. And it's very important that we can defend our decisions. It's very important if mistakes do occur, and they do and will occur, that we can defend them, talk about them, resolve them, and have a clear path forward to correction. So I think the closing takeaway here is that we can see that how a responsible AI system, there's a risk without one, there's a risk of making fast decisions that are biased, opaque, and impossible to justify to regulators. So the solution to that is a system like RAMES. It changes the story to some extent. Same bank, same AI, but this time with RAMES built in. So what's happening now? So we have a prompt and workflow is versioned, tagged, and approved into everything. And that means if regulators ask, the bank can show clearly and exactly which instructions were used to generate each decision. Guardrails are also in place. Routine loan applications run autonomously. But say, for example, anything over 250,000 euro automatically escalates to a human underwriter. And having that control in place to constantly bring in the human in the loop is a critically important component of Agentic AI. And this keeps autonomy balanced with accountability as they roll out the AI systems. And then finally, the evidence pack. At every single output, it's approved or declined. Is captured in an evidence pack. And that metadata links the AI's decisions to the process behind it. So when the auditors come calling, the bank doesn't explain, it shows the proof. The proof is in the pudding, the proof is in the evidence pack. So our key takeaway here is that with a system like RAMES, finance turns AI into a black box. We see many of our Agentic AI systems as black boxes, and what we want to do is turn them into a glass box, total transparency, where decisions are traceable and guardrails are enforced and compliance becomes part of the workflow. And then finally, on the case study, the result. So we have a simple example here, bias reduced by 28%, because the guardrails and the monitoring are in place. The AI's bias against emerging sectors dropped by almost a third. And so many new industries in the market, and so many banking databases don't contain accurate data on those industries. So this means fairer access to credit for startups and undeserved groups, and less regulatory exposure for the bank. And that sounds good in the marketplace. That's sending the right message across your ecosystem that you are a responsible AI bank, or you're shipping responsible AI products. Then evidence packs, they transform the audit process, as we mentioned. So instead of weeks of manual back and forth, the bank could provide regular Reddit documentation in days, linking all this back to ISO, linking it back to RAMES, linking it back to the EU AI Act and the various other legislations. All of this saves cost, time, it saves credibility in the market. And then perhaps most importantly, the human underwriters begin trusting AI's recommendations. Why? Because the decisions were transparent, traceable, they were backed by logs that they could actually review. And trust really important internally inside the organization. So I think our key takeaway here is that with a responsible AI management system, finance can get faster, fairer AI, more transparent, and more trusted AI. So in addition to being compliant, now you have just built in a sustainable competitive advantage that everybody in your ecosystem knows that you are doing. So a quick look before we wrap up at the future vision. We often imagine what things might look like in the future, and we often imagine what the banks look like in the future. But imagine walking into a bank 10 years from now and, you know, no physical branch, no counters, no paperwork. Sounds wonderful, right? All replaced with a digital ecosystem where almost every process is powered by AI. Loan applications, well, an AI agent pulls your data, evaluates your risk, and drafts terms instantly. Sounds good. Fraud detection, AI agents are monitoring transactions in real time, flagging anomalies before losses occur. And then, of course, customer service, which we already have. Wow, I mean, look at how this is working right now. You're speaking to an AI that knows your full history, can resolve issues immediately, even anticipates your next need. So all of this sounds like a bank of the future. It's fast, it's automated, it's powered by a network of AI agents working behind the scenes. And all of this is coming with a massive challenge, because with all of this automation at scale, the risks are going to multiply. We often think in tech industry that automation might eliminate the risks, but it doesn't always eliminate risks, and it certainly doesn't eliminate risk when it comes to AI. AI can amplify those risks. So like we mentioned, the bias, the compliance gaps, the lack of explainability could undermine trust just as quickly as a technology delivers the efficiency. So these two things are working, they're juxtaposed. We're getting efficiencies on one side and lack of trust on the other side. So any responsible AI management system is becoming a mandatory requirement in the finance industry as well as in all of the other regulated industries, it should be said. And you know, it's not just a seamless implementation. It ensures trust at every decision. So whether you're looking at a €200 credit check or a $20 million portfolio investment, everything has to be versioned and monitored and audit ready through a system like this. So I hope the takeaway is clear. These banks won't scale agentic AI simply by building more automation alone. They scale by pairing that automation with the governance. Those two got to work together in concert. And any lightweight responsible AI system that will enable you to automatically tap into the standards and the guidelines out there will go a long way to making our future safe in the banking sector. And then finally, on the vision, advantage does come from being first to adopt technology, and the banks are very good at adopting technology, and the fintech industry is really, pushing ahead with all of this innovation. But is it trusted, and how many of these products are being pulled back? And I think a lot of them are being pulled back, and that's why there's a shift to systems like RAMES as the foundation, by treating responsibility as part of the product itself, not as the afterthought. Firms can turn governance into an asset. Governance used to be a pain. Governance used to be paperwork. Now governance is a product that sits at the core of the service that you're providing. And it stops being a cost center as well. It starts becoming a growth driver. So what does that mean in practice? Well, you're going to get faster approvals from regulators because your evidence is ready. You're going to get stronger customer adoption because your systems are already transparent. You're going to get more resilient operations because bias and risk are managed continuously and in real time. So the firms who build this foundation don't just avoid fines and audits. That's the mandatory part of it. But the opportunity is that there's confidence in the scale of the agentic AI. So whilst others are hesitating, those who move forward are going to have a competitive advantage. So I think finally then, I think as we wrap up, it's all about trust. And when it comes to agentic AI, and putting that trust in place requires a responsible AI management system. So I would encourage you to investigate these RAMS type systems. I'm happy to share my knowledge with you. We've done extensive research on this and built out our products with our customers, and we're moving forward at scale, and we see this as being a totally sustainable market that we're working in, because the future is responsible AI. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to talk further anytime.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive presentation. It's fascinating stuff. I'm afraid we're out of time, but thank you for sharing your LinkedIn, and I would encourage everybody to connect in with Kevin online. And thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking part in the AI Summer School. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, folks, we have Professor Vasant Dhar, all the way from New York. He is actually a global authority on AI and finance, and he's the founder of the first machine learning-based hedge funds. He's a prolific researcher in AI trust and risk, and he also hosts the Brave New World podcasts and teaches at NYU Stern. So, Professor Dhar, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
I just need to know how to queue up my presentation.
Okay. We can see you on screen. Let's check with the production department. Okay. Professor Dhar, just press the share button on top here, at the top right.
Okay.
The top bar.
Yeah, I did pick share, and I need to pick a window that I want to share.
We've got something happening. It's all good.
Yeah, all good. All right. So, all right. So let me start. Good to be here. I'm actually not going to do the slideshow thing because sometimes weird things happen when I do that. So I'll just well, actually, no. Let me try that. What the hell? Okay, all good so far?
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay,
Floor is yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Great to be here. So just by way of introduction, you know, I got my thesis in AI in 1979. So I got in very early. It was in the area of planning. I joined NYU in 1993, and then I brought machine learning to Wall Street in 1994 at Morgan Stanley, where I was part of a proprietary trading group for several years. And then I started SCT Capital Management in 1998. And I've been trading systematically ever since then. So 1994 was when I became a pracademic, and all of my academic research then was guided by my experience in trying to predict financial markets, which is a thankless kind of a problem. So I'm happy to announce that I have a book coming out in about 6 weeks called Thinking with Machines. And this is really a story as opposed to like a textbook in AI. It's a story. It's really my story walking through or being part of the various paradigm shifts that I've experienced in my sort of 45 years in the field. And the new capabilities enabled by each paradigm, and along with some of the unsolved problems that have, you know, carried over from the previous ones. So I'm going to excerpt a few parts from my book that are related to the financial industry. So there's 3 or 4 chapters that pertain to finance, and I'll just walk you through those. So I want to start with this figure that I actually published in my last newsletter. By the way, I have a podcast, bravenewpodcast.com, and a newsletter, which is vasantdar.substacks.com, which is published along with every podcast. So I published this last in the last newsletter after the US Open final. And I draw this analogy between sports and investing, and in fact, between sports and all kinds of other domains involving sort of difficult decision-making problems or competitive situations. And this shows something really interesting. And it was motivated by a speech that Federer gave at the commencement at Dartmouth College last year, where he said, I played 1,526 matches during my career, and I won 80% of those. What percentage of points do you think I won? Right? And the answer is 54%, right? And there's a point here, which is that you don't have to be perfect. You don't even have to be very good. All you have to do is have a slight edge over the opponent, a slight edge over the competition, and over the course of a match, that magnifies, it multiplies. And the same is true in financial markets as well. My strategies have a win rate of, between 51 and 52%. But that's all you really need to get an information ratio, short of like north of, 1.5, right? So a slight edge is all you really need. By the way, Boris Becker had a 52% short winning percentage and an 80% match winning percentage because he had a knack for winning the important points. So the analogy carries over to finance as well. It's important to get to not get blown away by outliers and to get the big trades right. So I'll just walk you really quickly through what I described in my book, which is these paradigm shifts, beginning with expert systems, machine learning, deep learning, and general intelligence. And I've sort of followed these in my career and also in finance, right? So I got into machine learning in the 90s, to Wall Street in the 90s, which is the machine learning was emerging. And the standard sort of formulation was construct a bunch of features, run a supervised learning algorithm, look at the patterns and trade it. Good idea, but it's fraught with problems such as the amplification of bias, right? So machine learning algorithms left to their own will amplify bias. So even though the base rate, let's say in the stock market is 53.47, I'd find that my models seem to be long 80% of the time, or long 90% of the time. They sort of amplify that bias. So feature engineering is kind of the usual way of doing things is problematic. And so one of the things I've worked towards in the last few years is developing strategies that have a certain behavior. They behave in a certain way. So by behavior, I mean they have a certain holding period distribution, where you say, I want to be long only 55% of the time, short 45% of the time. And you get the machine learning algorithm, you constrain it to generate behavior, and then you deal with model selection, right? So that's been one sort of stream of inquiry and research that I've conducted, and that sort of made its way into some of my strategies. Deep learning sort of brought a whole new capability because you could now sort of sidestep feature engineering, and the machine does that on its own. And this is one of these toolboxes that I've been, that I started experimenting with about 8 years ago, in large part thanks to my friend and colleague Jan LeCun, who actually lived sort of catty corner across from me. So I'd sort of just talked to him a lot about sort of these deep learning CNNs, in the mid 2000s to 2010s. And so I started experimenting with them. And over the last few years, I've actually started trading them. So I've got some vision-based models now that actually take data, convert that, and solve a vision problem for prediction. And the latest is what I call general intelligence, where now the machine knows something about everything, right? And that's what these LLMs are really all about. And so they're already very broad and just getting deeper by the day, right? And with the whole general intelligence paradigm, the distinction between domain knowledge, expertise, common sense, all that stuff breaks down. It's just one big mass of knowledge that's in these LLMs, right? So that's where we are now. So I have a chart here that contrasts these paradigm shifts. I won't really go deep into that, other than to say that the progression from expert systems to general intelligence has been one of sort of addressing various bottlenecks, such as the feature engineering bottleneck or the customization bottleneck. And so we've gone from highly specialized models to highly general ones, but we've also sort of abandoned some of the nice properties of earlier models along the way, right? These expert systems were handcrafted, they were the underlying mechanism, the inference mechanism was, either, some form of logic, right? So you could, when you got a conclusion, you could trace back and examine its basis. We've sort of gone away from that now with these, LLMs, where you get an answer and you have no idea as to why you got that answer. What's even more vexing is the sort of variance that you get in the outcomes, right? So I'll give you an example. I asked ChatGPT a few months ago, which one of these following things would you go long on right now? And I said, NVIDIA, Microsoft, BYD, Amazon, S&P 500. And it said, oh, I'd go long all of them except NVIDIA. This was way back in October because the risks are high. And I asked the same question again a few minutes later, but this time I didn't require a yes or no answer to whether you'd go long. And this time around, its output was different. It gave me pros and cons, but didn't answer the question. And when I pressed it to answer the question, some of its answers changed, right? And you've experienced this yourself, that there's this sort of instability that we have with these LLMs. And so one of the challenges is when we build these AI systems on top of LLMs, what are we really building on, right? What's this foundation that seems to change by the week, right? And we can sort of convince ourselves, yeah, these LLMs are getting better, stronger, faster, all that kind of stuff. But the disconcerting fact is that we don't really have control over this base technology, and it can change. And so that causes some level of instability or variance that I'll come to now. So if I look at, if you look at the investment landscape in finance, right, you can divide it broadly into high frequency, short term, long term, right? So high frequency is less than a day, short term is days to weeks, long term is, months to years, and I've noted here with some humor that, it's the people in the middle that get gray hair. The people, high frequency, great business to be in. I used to trade a high frequency program in the early 2000s, with an information ratio of 12 to 15. Never had a losing month, had a losing day at most once a month, right? So, you sleep well at night. You take no overnight risk. Long-term people also sleep well because if the market, craps out, you say, well, everyone got hurt. I'm in good company. And so patience and all will be right, especially if you're long only. It's the short-term space that's kind of challenging. And that's the space that I've been in for the most part, is the high frequency and the short-term space. And that's where the scope of machine learning has been so far. And so, for example, when I got into machine learning at Morgan Stanley, by the way, I'm a big Yogi Berra fan. You can observe a lot by watching. I realized that I could actually learn a lot by looking at black boxes, that is, existing trading strategies. So when I joined Morgan Stanley in '94, I worked with the prop trading group that was trading a certain strategy. It was some sort of a variant of a trend following strategy. And I proposed to them a simple experiment, which was, give me all your trades and I'll tell you if you could have done better. Now on Wall Street, you can't turn down a free option like that. So they gave me their trades. I cracked them through a genetic rule learner that I'd been developing. And lo and behold, it came up with a bunch of rules, such as, when the 30-day volatility is the lowest quartile, your trades are 3 times as profitable as they are on the average. And this improved the information ratio by about 30%. Now, this is one of the benefits of machine learning, is that it sort of is a great tool for surfacing patterns and sort of theory formation. And this particular pattern happened to make sense. So when I ran it past the traders, they said, yeah, we seem to have we seem to suffer when vol spikes, but we have no idea why. And so the interesting thing about this pattern was that it led to sort of this inquiry where we try to answer the question, like, why is this the case? Like, why is it the case that in this particular quartile, the trades are more profitable? Now, it turned out that there was a story to it, right? So, by the way, so the outcome was something like this, where your conditional distribution of returns is shifted to the right? That's what you're looking for with learning. But the question was, what's the story? Why did it work? I don't have enough time to explain it at the moment, but the short answer is that it cut down the holding periods and it essentially limited the risk they were taking in the latter part of the trade. And I verified this by checking to see in their strategy whether the returns were the returns coming equally from all parts of the holding period? And I found that they were actually coming, most of the returns were coming from the early part of the holding period. So essentially what my algorithm had found was that it wasn't profitable to take, it wasn't worthwhile taking risk, over the latter parts of the holding period, that maybe the signal had gotten stale and if vol spiked, then it was a good time to get out. The other reason for that is that they were trading a lot of bonds at the time in a period of, and they were mostly long, collecting carry. And in the moment, in a period of falling rates, that's a great strategy. But they would suffer whenever that trade unwound. When vol spiked, the carry trade would suffer. So that was the story behind the strategy. Now, fast forward 20 years, I was talking with two of my colleagues at the time, Scott Galloway, who has been kind enough to write the foreword for my book, and my colleague Aswat Damodaran, who's considered, the dean of valuation on Wall Street, right? So he's Mr. Valuation. He's written dozens of books on it. And so, and he, he's one floor above me, at Stern. So I had this conversation with Damodaran about whether we could systematize him. And this was way back in 2015. And we figured, no, it wouldn't work. And I had the same conversation with Scott, like a couple of weeks later, about the scope of machine learning investing. And I, mentioned why it was really, the scope was in the short-term space and not long-term. And Scott sort of summarized that conversation with a statement, okay, so trading flows will vanish, but private equity is safe. And I said, yeah, essentially, right? But here we are 10 years later, and I'm not sure private equity is safe either, right? And why is that? Well, it's because AI has now expanded into, so the realm of sort of quote unquote thinking, right? So in the 70s and 80s, AI, people in AI were really concerned about reasoning, thinking, planning, those kinds of things. What happened when machine learning came into the picture was our singular focus was on prediction. And so we sort of said, well, forget about intelligence for the time being. It's all about prediction. And now with LLMs, we're back to reasoning and thinking. And so in my mind, the scope of AI has now expanded into long-term investing. And I want to spend the rest of my time here, a few minutes, talking about that. So I built this, along with some of my colleagues, a machine called the Damodaran bot that does equity valuation in his style, right? So essentially, we give it a ticker for any publicly traded company, and you can give it an investment thesis if you want, or you can get the machine to generate a thesis. You push the button, and off it goes to the races, right? And it generates a 5-6 page investment report in the form that Damodaran would, right? So that's the output of the machine. So this is a really kind of sophisticated multi-agent architecture, right? Now, agents, by the way, go back to the 70s, right? Where Alan Kay talked about agents and message passing, and Smalltalk came out of that, and all of the sort of object-oriented thinking and stuff that we take for granted today essentially came out of agents, because agents was really the way to think about modeling complex behavior. You basically, parceled out knowledge into these agents, which were essentially objects that knew something, that was specialized in some part of the problem, and they were independent of the other agents. So you could then, improve an agent without worrying about the rest of the architecture, right? So that was the appeal of agent-based architectures. And now we're back to that now in this modern AI era. And the reason it's exciting now is because agents in the 70s and 80s, the messages had to be programs, right? You have to essentially, communicate via programs, whereas now we communicate in English, right? So we communicate with these agents in English, and the agents are able to interpret what we want and do it for us. It reminds me of, people in the old days of AI, when there were these interpreters and we programmed in Lisp, people would say, I just want a DWIM interpreter. And what that means is do what I mean, not do what I say, right? And with agents, that's the magic that they bring to us, which is that they do what we mean as opposed to do what we say. So for example, with this Damodar bot architecture, I can tell an agent to go get all the financial data for, let's say, Palantir or BYD or NVIDIA from Capital IQ database, from Yahoo Finance, and populate Damodaran's quantitative model, right, correctly, so that all of the numbers are in the correct place, and I don't have to write sophisticated, complex. I don't have to use, complex APIs and programs to do that. It just does it, and I don't have to worry about how it did it. It just does it right. And to me, that's one of the magic elements of these LLMs, is that this general intelligence that they bring to the table enable you to create these kind of sophisticated multi-agent architectures. The challenge, of course, is how do you evaluate them, right? It's very difficult to really evaluate a multi-agent system. And if we have, a few minutes at the end, we can talk about why. So this DBOT architecture has been formulated as a multi-agent problem, where we've separated out what Damodaran does into these elements, such as the valuation agent, which basically just does valuation. It takes 4 value drivers and gives you a number, which is the value of the company based on discounted cash flows, right? We have a comparables agent that goes out and looks at comparable companies, right? What are their, price to sales? What are their sales to, capital ratios and stuff like that? Comparable agents. We have comparables. We have a consensus agent that looks at what's the general consensus out there, right? We have a news agent that goes and looks at, has there been any news since the last time I ran this agent? If there has been, how does that impact valuation? So for example, I was running BYD valuations way back in October of last year, and it would talk about sort of its battery technology, its global footprint. When I started running it later in November, it started focusing on tariffs, maybe, news about a possible Trump win. And now all it talks about is tariffs when you talk about BYD. So the news agent is essentially something that takes the current context and nudges the value drivers in the appropriate direction. So like I said, it produces 6-page report. So here's one on Palantir that it produced a couple of weeks ago. By the way, I'm not recommending or shorting Palantir. This is just an example. Palantir trades at like 170, but for some reason, the bot just cannot get a value above 60 as hard as it tries, right? So if I were holding Palantir, I would think twice about it. I ran it on Intel a couple of weeks ago. It generated a report, and I sold my Intel position based on that report. And so far, it turns out that was a good thing to do, right? So these are the reports it generates. Here's the dashboard, right? We can see all these reports generated, and it costs about, at the moment, about $10 per run, which compares quite favorably with what it would cost a human to do something similar. So I see I'm getting close to my time, but let me just end with 2 quick charts here, which is, when do we trust AI? And I've got a simple framework I published in the Harvard Business Review about almost 10 years ago, which is based on how often will a machine be wrong and what are the consequences of error, right? So the x-axis is how often is the machine wrong. On the extreme right, it's never wrong. On the extreme left, it's no better than random. And the y-axis is the cost for error. And if you look at this chart, it'll make complete sense, right? If the machine hardly makes mistakes and the consequences are minor, you should trust it. On the other hand, if it makes a lot of mistakes and the consequences are major, you shouldn't trust it. Not that you should trust a human, but all it says is you shouldn't trust the machine. And in my book, I've populated this heat map with all kinds of problems from finance, from medicine, from law, from driving. So you can see on the top right, for example, urban taxis have made their way into the green zone. In January this year, I took a Waymo in San Francisco, and it was amazing. It felt incredibly safe. I would gladly jump into an urban taxi. However, I'm not, quite ready to take my hands off the wheel when it comes to highway driving. The Damodaran bot falls, somewhere there in the plot. So it's, it's along this thing that I call the automation frontier, which is that it still requires some kind of oversight, right? So I would not take a report from the Damodaran bot and distribute it to a client. I still need to check it. I need to check its numbers. I need to make sure I check its reasoning. And that's kind of where we are in the with the DBOT. It's now in beta. We're just getting ready to release it, and we have a lot of interest in it. So let me just, and this is another problem, underwriting, which is also on the automation frontier. So how is it changing work? Well, the more you know, the more useful it can be. I had a great conversation with Danny Kahneman on my podcast a couple of years ago, where I ended the podcast by asking him, do you think AI could replace CEOs? And I thought he would sort of laugh at that question. To my surprise, he didn't think that was out of the question. And he talked about the fact that we might well see, or he implied that we might well see digital twins in not that distant future. So let me end here. Thank you for your attention. If you have any time for questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you so much, Vasant. Dhar. We have one very quick question. You want to have one quick question? Joe, can we just get the microphone? Just give us 1 second.
Thanks very much. Vasant, given your experience, I know from previous talks you gave, I think 1979, you were in Stanford when you overheard somebody questioning programming language about predictive medicine and getting a diagnosis. And then you were part of the machine learning in 95, and you could see perhaps the evolution of instant payments. And we're all now seeing that coming through. If you were to peek around the corner of where we are now with I suppose the models that we have that have pre-learned everything, and peek around and say, well, what are we overestimating in our expectation and what are we underestimating?
So I see sort of a real flurry of activity in the space of agents, for example. I think we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves, to be quite honest, because there are some unsolved problems from the 80s that have come up again. So the thing I like about agents is that it's a great way to think about, partitioning knowledge. But when you get into anything reasonably complex, which involves communication among agents to solve a problem, that's not trivial, right? The control problem from the 80s and 90s, or the 70s and the 80s has not gone away, right? So orchestrating these agents is not a trivial problem. And it's something that, in the context of the Damodaran bot that we've been dealing with, and it's a complex problem. So we have this working system at the moment. But the question I ask myself, as when I put on my academic hat, is how do I evaluate it? How do I know it's any good? I mean, is it possible to optimize this, right? How do you optimize a system like that where you have multiple agents simultaneously? It's a really difficult problem. And so while we've gotten the technology now where we can demonstrate, the functionality of agents, I suspect that getting them to solve more complex problems will take longer than we might anticipate.
Thank you very much. One last quick question. Anybody else have any questions? Yep, just one more.
Hello, Professor. Just in relation to looking at financial data, okay? So how do you deal with structural breaks and regime shifts if the model is trained on the last 40 years, which is a disinflationary, low interest rate environment? How do you account for that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I guess the question you're really asking is, what happens when a new phenomenon comes along that the machine has never seen before? And, my answer to that would be the same as what would a human do in that situation, right? How would you think about a new phenomenon that's emerged in the, and you've never seen something like that before? Well, you'd start drawing analogies, right? You would say, well, you would start reasoning and thinking about what it might resemble. And that's what I see the machine as providing now, that this general intelligence capability that I'm talking about has the ability to reason and quote unquote think about new problems in new ways. So it's not restricted to its training set in that sense, right? It has the ability to generalize beyond its training set. So we're not sort of limited to, 100% interpolation, right? That just like humans, we have the ability to think creatively. I think the machine now also has the ability to think creatively. However, unlike humans who have curiosity, the machine at the moment does not have curiosity, which really sort of, gets into sort of the future of work. And maybe the first question that the gentleman asked, which is, what's the future going to look like? And my thinking is that humans really need to up their game, because otherwise we'll see a bifurcation of humanity where people who are really good get even better at what they were doing, right? So star analysts become so much better at what they were doing, whereas ordinary ones just fall by the wayside. So the challenge really becomes one of sort of upskilling.
That is fabulous. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, my pleasure.
For our next speaker, we're actually joined in person by Professor Ciara Heavin, UCC. She's a leading academic in business analytics and digital transformation, and is co-author of several publications. Ciara, you're very well. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks so much, Kerry, for the invitation this afternoon. I was thinking that someone needed to join Mary from Numra as a representation from another gender, perhaps. So my background is, as Kerry said, is in the area of information systems. I'm based at the Department of Business Information Systems at Cork University Business School. And I've been working in academia for over 20 years. And from an IS perspective, I suppose, what I care about, what I focus on is the intersection of people, process, technology and data. And over the last 5 years, I've been working with the support of Enterprise Ireland Commercialisation Fund to develop an AI solution for healthcare, particularly in the palliative care space. So there's been some really interesting things that have come up earlier today, and really great to see the first speaker kind of characterise the different types of AI, because I think at the moment when we talk about AI, people automatically assume we're talking about Gen AI. In that particular project, which I'm not going to talk about today, but just to kind of mention, I suppose, because there's been several learnings that I've been able to bring into some of this kind of early work that I'm doing in the area of finance, is I suppose thinking about very complex problems. And actually, what we're hearing this morning, and even in terms of the examples, are very much focused on automation, as I would say, taking very structured, well-defined problems and breaking them down in a workflow that can be automated by LLMs or agents. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that just in the next couple of minutes. In the context of my work in palliative care, we've taken a very complex, what we characterise, I suppose, in a computer science perspective as a stochastic problem, really highly variable problem, when we look at how patients receive care in the community when they're coming towards end of life. So we're talking about highly unstable individuals who are being supported by their carers, their family networks. While on the health service delivery side, and we all have experience of that, unfortunately, where the demand for service is increasing exponentially, the number of trained, highly skilled clinical nurse specialists in the area of palliative care is stagnant, and in some areas decreasing nationally and internationally. And there's a limited time of the day. So how do we square the circle to ensure that everyone who needs the care gets the gold standard care they deserve? So it's a really highly stochastic or uncertain problem. And we've been using machine learning and operations research techniques to help us to solve that problem. And it's really informing, I suppose, we're talking about very sensitive data sets in a highly regulated space. I've been able to draw that in and kind of think about some of the challenges that are potentially there from a finance perspective as well. The other hat I wear at UCC is for better or for worse, I chair the university's research ethics committee. And of course, particularly over the last 12 months, we're seeing huge complexity of issues and challenges and opportunities in terms of individuals using AI and Gen AI in terms of undertaking very diverse kinds of research, but also research on AI right across our disciplines. And then the university as an organisation, possibly similar to some of your own experiences, we're really trying to get a handle on how do we govern all of these things? How do we put an infrastructure in place that helps us support people, enable people, foster innovation, but also maintain the guardrails that some of our presenters have considered earlier today. So why does this matter now? So we know that finance is shifting from AI as a decision support tool, and actually, I suppose the conversations that we've heard this morning actually reinforce for me that actually really that's where we still are. We haven't moved that far ahead in terms of removing humans from some part or even from the core of our decision-making processes. However, we're beginning to see some kind of green shoots around decision delegation. I went to a conference, an information system conference in Canada a couple of weeks ago. It was mostly colleagues, both practitioners and professors in the area of information systems, computer science, and they were all talking about agentic AI. 12 months ago it was Gen AI, but actually in terms of really seeing use cases that point to real business value, they're still quite thin on the ground. When we think about AI and agentic AI, these technologies are creating new and very diverse, complex, ethical and challenges in terms of responsibility and leadership. So I suppose from as an educator and a researcher, you know, that's at the core of everything we're trying to do and embed across our programs at the business school right now. The other piece is actually sometimes I think we're very quick, and I was really delighted to see the kind of the stages, the phases illustrated from Professor Vasant in the previous presentation. We're very quick to jump on new technologies and throw the baby out with bathwater. But actually there are lots of classic decision-making frameworks that are highly relevant that we can actually bring into the space. And someone I met this morning asked me the question, are you going to bring the theory, Ciara? And actually, yes, I am, because I think it's really important at a time where there's such uncertainty around what seems to be a very new and shining toy. So in terms of agentic AI in finance, I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on this because actually we've heard quite a lot about this morning. What I will say is that when we think about AI generally, we're talking and thinking about automation, augmentation, and agency. When I look and talk to colleagues and counterparts who are working in financial services at the moment, while the language, the verbiage that is used is very much around kind of some of the agentic stuff, actually where you really dig deep and look at the core, we're still talking about automation of workflows and creating guardrails around those workflows to support different types of decisions. And we've heard a couple of those examples this morning. What I think is really interesting is how do we ensure ethical and accountable decision making around some of these things, moving from automation to augmentation to agency. And how do we actually, at a grassroots, in a practical sense, actually begin to tackle and get started with some of those issues? So, when I was thinking about coming this afternoon, I was thinking about John McCarthy. Have you all heard of John McCarthy? You all know who John McCarthy is. Certainly those from Kerry do. Okay. Anyone here heard of a man called Herbert Simon? Herbert Simon. Okay, so Herbert Simon actually worked with John McCarthy in the 1950s. They worked in a team with Minsky, Newell, and a couple of others around this idea of artificial intelligence. This is where I get to the theory piece. Herbert Simon, the computer scientist, an economist, and a cognitive psychologist, bringing all of those things together. Very complementary skill set to John McCarthy. His work focused on understanding human decision-making. And together with John McCarthy and others, they looked at the complexity of human decision-making and also thought about the possibilities of how we can use Lisp and other tools and technologies that were available at that time to replicate human intelligence. So we heard a little bit about decision intelligence this morning. Simon has won several prizes, and actually I should mention Alan Turing in that as well. They were a very strong group of intellectuals at that time. Some of the interesting things about those individuals I find is actually they conceived these problems and the potential for technology without the technological capability even existing. So the models didn't exist, the processing capability didn't exist, and yet these are the fundamentals of the kinds of challenges we face in our organizations today. Simon won the Nobel Economics Prize in 1978 for his work on decision making in organizations. Actually, that's where he went on to develop all of his expertise. And at the heart of that work is this model called the normative model of decision making. It started off with 3 phases: intelligence, design, and choice. Looking at some of the presentations we heard this morning. So intelligence, where do we find the data? What data is important to the decision problem, the workflow we're trying to tackle? How do we formulate that problem? Design, bringing all of those things together, including, was a really interesting question asked of the last presenter. What are the alternatives? When our models don't work, what are the alternatives? How can we design for context, assumptions, etc.? And the last phase of the original normative model was around choice. As human decision makers, how do we assess the alternatives? In Simon's work, at the heart of it, was the concept of bounded rationality. As human decision makers, we satisfice. What does that mean? For complex problems, we don't have the cognitive ability, unfortunately, the time or the information to come up with an optimum solution. That's been proven as part of this work. So what do? We find the best alternative, or we identify the best alternative in a short space of time with the information that we have to hand. That's where I think the role of agentic AI and AI more broadly is quite interesting. So when we think about our Numra colleague this morning talking about finding and showed us in a really short space of time, he did a great job of showing us really quickly how do we access very diverse data in order to complete a workflow. If we were to go beyond that, using machine learning to detect patterns to help us further identify potential solutions for our choice. However, this design and choice piece is a really important part of human decision making. So I would argue right now that our agents are really good at the finding the volumes of data piece, and they're quite good at the implementation piece, particularly for scenarios where automation is our intention or our goal or objective. Where we're seeing, and for every presentation that we heard this morning, there was a mention of a human intervention. But of course we need human oversight. Of course we need human in the loop. Or now, if you listen to several of the AI in business podcasts, human-led agentic AI is a kind of the term that's been used much more recently. So in terms of where we're at right now in terms of agentic AI and decision making, there's a sharing of the design with humans, practitioners, decision makers, managers. And this escalates when the uncertainty in our decision making increases. So for example, I just picked out a couple of examples that were very specific to finance. And we've heard actually these examples play out today. Yet actually what's interesting from my perspective is, so these are structured decisions, so cash flow management, invoice processing, expense enforcement, bank reconciliation. We saw some examples around Mary managing AP as a bot, and then the kind of the level up where there are more complex decisions to be made. Still automation, human providing the bot with the rules to engage with the data, making the decisions that a human then had to provide some level of oversight and checking. When we begin to look at semi-structured decisions, so more complex decisions, things get even more kind of interesting, if you like. And we heard from our RAIMS colleague who was talking about both the RAIMS solutions from an education perspective, but also in terms of where RAIMS provides guardrails for credit risk triage, where in some scenarios issues have arisen around bias, lacking explainability, rationality. And then we get to the unstructured and high impact types of decisions. We haven't really seen any discussion around these today. Capital structuring, strategic hedging, maybe a little bit from Professor Vasant in our previous presentation. Strategic decisions around M&A, risk acceptance. The controls for these decisions broadly remain with individuals. Board level policies, escalation paths, etc. Can it be done? These are the possibilities. From our first presentation today, it's very likely these kinds of business processes, workflows, and decisions were 5, maybe even 10 years away in kind of everyday business. Why is this important? So from an ethical and governance perspective, and as I say, I'm someone I'm trying to also kind of develop my expertise in the area of corporate governance and particularly AI governance, because I think there's a lot of opportunity here. Issues of accountability, transparency, fairness, privacy and security, reliability and safety. And another maybe area that we haven't mentioned this morning is vendor governance. So I had a conversation with someone earlier today. When we provide our data to an LLM or an agent, who owns that data? When that data is processed, who owns that data? Who takes responsibility for that data? These are questions that remain unanswered. They still remain quite grey. So I suppose what I'm suggesting this afternoon, maybe taking a little bit more of a theoretical perspective to what is a very practical problem. And this is something that we're working with, I suppose, on the healthcare side, with our palliative care colleagues to better understand what kinds of decisions can we use different types of technology and how can we balance trust, efficiency and effectiveness. From a financial services perspective, looking through the lens of decision making, structured decisions like AP three-way matching, which we saw a wonderful example of this morning. But we also heard mention in the RAIMS solution of a particular threshold. So very well-defined, explicit rules where once we hit that 250k threshold, an issue is flagged, a human must intervene. If we look at our semi-structured types of decisions, immediately we're expecting a human in the loop. And actually, arguably, through the examples we've seen this morning, we've also heard of that. We've experienced of that as being a real issue there as well. So in terms of semi-structured decision making, things like credit risk triaging, dynamic discounting, treasury monitoring, pricing and discount, and they're all from a variety of, I suppose, types of organisations and subsectors within the finance community. And here I'm suggesting that we identify, well, what is the decision type? What is the workflow? What type of autonomy should be implemented to address that regulatory, but also that ethical consideration? And what are the guardrails that we can implement to enable us to do that, to put those barriers and also guidance in place to manage that balance between implementing automation and augmentation and maintaining the trust, the reliability, the transparency that's required in and with these types of data and these kinds of processes. In terms of an action plan, and this is something that I've been talking to colleagues about working in the finance area, how do we operationalise something like this? Where do we start? Spoken to a number of people this morning who kind of said, I'm here, I don't really know a huge amount about AI. It seems to be moving in a really fast pace. How can I engage? What can we do? How do we look at our business, look at our workflows and see what is the low-hanging fruit that we could operationalise and use LLMs in the first instance, and some of the available agents. There's a number of them have been mentioned earlier today. My first recommendation, based on leveraging the theory to understand what is the role of the technology and where is it essential that humans maintain the intervention in terms of our intelligence, design, choice and implementation view of the world from a decision-making perspective, and also then in terms of the decision types that we're trying to tackle. Set the foundational principles for each level. Create an inventory to develop a comprehensive list of AI decision points. At what stage in the process do we require human oversight? Going back to my healthcare example, using our machine learning models, we can leverage a feature set of palliative care patients to provide an output of a recommended list of patients to be seen on a daily basis. And that's using over 40 features of a palliative patient, very vulnerable cohort. We are working really closely with palliative care consultants and clinical nurse specialists to understand what level of data do we need to provide them with in order to support their decision making, explain how we've come up with that recommendation, and engage with them to take the next step using our solution and trusting the outcome and the outputs from our solution. So identifying, using the technology, and it's for us, it's been very much about alignment of what's the measure of success. So for us, it's seeing patients in a timely manner, supporting healthcare professionals, reducing the cognitive burden of the kind of work, the kind of data and decision making they do on a daily basis, and making the technology as easy to use as possible. How do we put AI in place to improve diverse workflows in a way that's meaningful and accessible for the professionals that are using it? I'm always a little bit nervous when I hear the technology coming first. What are the key actions? What are the goals that we want to achieve? And that's really at the heart of Agentic AI, because it's essentially an orchestration of data and tasks to achieve a single goal. We need to understand at every level how that's going to be achieved in terms of our workflows and our decision processes within whatever kind of organisation that we're working with and in. Just finishing up there in terms of being able to, our RAIMS colleague talked about being able to audit the results to enhance trustworthiness and transparency, refining our policies, training our teams, making explicit the kind of records that we make about our AI decision making. So at what point in our workflow is AI intervening to make our processes more efficient, and where does our human come into the loop or lead that decision-making process? And then we can scale out from there based on feedback. From an ethical and leadership perspective, going back to the theory, mapping human agency, the technology and decision types to our workflows and our goals or objectives is essential. Accountability can't be delegated, and for those of you who are looking at the AI governance site, this is a really grey area right now. When we use AI and things go wrong and the baby looks very ugly, who's holding the baby? And that's a question we still need to answer. This is a very simple framework that could be actioned to begin to implement, to identify workflows, to identify decisions at the automation, augmentation, and potentially agency level in the future. Developing guardrails and transparency around those workflows and decision processes. But at the heart of it, the human being, I was talking to a couple of people today, are we worried about our graduates? I'm not so worried right now. I think there's still a long way to go before professionals with experience and expertise and judgment are going to be stepping out of many of the decision processes that I've identified this afternoon. So for me, the challenge is not whether AI can decide, because actually we know it can. We've proven it in a really highly complex, uncertain scenario, obviously outside of health, outside of finance. But actually the challenge is really where leaders and managers are going to position themselves to enable, allow, and support this type of innovation. And just going back to John McCarthy and the team of people he was working with, so Herbert Simon can show us the process from a decision-making perspective. And I think it's really important to actually go back to the grassroots of organizational decision-making here. Sorry. Oh, jumped. Okay, gone. I have to look at my face again. I think it's really important to go back to the grassroots of organizational decision-making. AI is really cool. All our students are using it. And if they're not, they're lying. However, we know that there are real challenges from a data, a regulation, a reputational, and actually in terms of actually revenue generation as well. I'm yet to see, and I'd be delighted to hear otherwise, where real value is being generated using these technologies thus far. We're still in the innovation space here. Thank you.
Okay, third time's the charm. Alison, can you hear us?
Yes,
Hiya.
I can hear you.
Anyway, we can't hear you yet. We're getting there.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you very, very low.
Okay, very good. Let's see, try and sit a little bit closer to the microphone then.
Oh, that's
Is that
perfect.
better?
That is perfect. Alison, you are very welcome. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So hopefully I will be able to get this screen share working. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the Agentic AI opportunity. Can you just confirm that you can see that?
Yes, we can see it. It's perfect. Thank you.
Fabulous. So we're going to talk for the next 20 minutes or so about the Agentic AI opportunity. So if you're thinking about building a product or looking at investing, what should you look for and what should be avoided, and really just get you thinking about the space. So what if we could fix the pain of banking? Just this morning, I was on my phone with, not to name and shame, but the Bank of Ireland app, and trying to approve a payment and sliding the little bar and putting in my number. And I think I was rejected 4 times. What if we could fix that? What if we could fix international payments so that they were instant and not taking several days with unknown amounts being taken out? What if we could make them automatic? What if we could get rid of the apps? No apps to open, no approvals to make. What would that look like? So this is what I would like to think about over the next 20 minutes. So a little bit about myself. So I am a co-founder and GP of EcoScore, which is an emerging VC here in Ireland, focusing on UK and Europe. I'm currently as well a founder and principal of Iden Consulting. Previously, COO and co-founder of True, an impact financial product using AI and blockchain that received VC funding. And previous to that, co-founder and COO of CyberPie, a cybersecurity, AI and blockchain cyber risk company, which also was VC funded, and we exited. Prior to that, though it seems a long, long time ago, I had an 18-year international career up to executive level, really focusing on operations. But then in my final position, I was the Global Technology Portfolio Manager, which really got me interested into, blockchain, AI, and everything data in between. And I think, I think it's important to point out that when I left in 2020, we had been using AI and machine learning to model and make improvements and look at calibrations of tools and all the data that goes into that for more than 6 years. So what is new are the interfaces and the large language models, but what underlies it all isn't new. So I know that, this is AI in finance today. So what is agentic AI? Well, it's really when you move away from just the traditional chatbot or pattern recognition tool, and you really move into really autonomous decision-making, planning, and execution. So thinking about it a slightly different way, would you trust AI to make decisions on your behalf with your money? I don't know. Maybe, but I would have a lot of questions about it. And for those that are building, I think it's important to note that AI, agentic AI, machine learning AI, wrappers, avatars, these are not technologies that are differentiators for your business. These have now moved beyond that, and they are the expected to be in your business. So you can't say you're an AI business. That does not hold any value anymore. Now we need to say AI is in our business. And that's where we see with the large organizations or TradFi as well, talking specifically about finance, that's where we see the very slow uptake because they are larger organizations. They have a different way of doing things, and they sometimes find it harder to adopt these new technologies at the same rate as a new, younger, faster, more agile startup. And the same can be said, although today is about AI, the same can be said about blockchain. Blockchain is no longer a differentiator. It's no longer, I'm a blockchain company. It's blockchain is part of my tech stack. I use AWS for my cloud services, and I use Algorand for my blockchain. That's just where it's got to. It's no longer something that's going to make you stand out, and it's something that's going to be, you have to leverage that technology to build your product. So in saying that, and in saying that AI is no longer a differentiator, are we too late? Agentic agents are already all over the web. So what are we going to do? And is fintech a space for them? Well, the general point is yes. Yes, it is. So the global fintech opportunity, is projected to reach around 882 billion by 2030, which is a 17% CAGR. Now, that's not unhealthy. And as an investor, that's something that I want to look at because there's great growth there. There's great opportunity. And when you look at different regions, if you look at the continent of Africa, not even at a country basis, but from a continent, the CAGR is over 50%. So there really is a lot of fintech opportunity. And it's really about, we'll talk about some examples of opportunities that really agentic AI can be used as use cases. But it's really the fintech ecosystem is still so TradFi, traditional finance. It's still, there's some places I was dealing with someone actually over in the Cayman Islands, and they wanted a fax. And I was like, dude, I don't even know where I could send you a fax. You know, but that's the reality of it, is there's some institutions and companies are still moving very, very slowly. So it's how, and that means that it's ripe for innovation. But it's, what are the guardrails? And I'm beginning to get a little bit tired of the word guardrails, because I was on a presentation earlier, and I think they mentioned it about 15 times. It was almost like a bingo card every time they mentioned it. But it's all about how can we protect it, protect the consumer and protect against fraud. And, you know, I think when you look with fintech, you know, innovation and regulation, there's a place for both. And it's how can they work together in an agile way. And a big part of that is going to be sandboxes as well. So how can you think differently to what everyone else is doing and make sure that you're not following those tailwinds? How can you scoot across and identify that opportunity and be different? So if I was in the room, I would be asking you, where are those opportunities? But unfortunately, I'm not able to be there with you today. So I'm going to just put it up, because it's going to be very hard for any questions while we're doing the slides. But at the end, I do have some time for Q&A, so we can have more of a discussion then. So opportunities. This is not an exhaustive list, right? But for me, my real ethos of being, when I look at financial services, fintechs, or anything within that realm, it's always with a view to the future. And so I am capitalist. I want to make money. I have to buy the groceries. I have to pay my mortgage. But I believe in conscious capitalism. And so it's how about making things better and thinking about it and doing it in the right way. And the right way for people, inclusive. I'm very, very passionate about making sure that financial products that are brought to market are not excluding people. And we'll talk about that in a little moment as well. So for Agentic AI, what are those opportunities? So things like personal financial advisors, a robo-CIO, not a RoboCop. We're not quite in Arnie just yet, but robo-CIO. So what might it do? Right now, there are robo-advisors out there, right? They recommend portfolios. So what do? They go out and they scrape different portfolio recommendations, different products that match your criteria. And they say, here you go, Alison. This is our recommendation. And Agentic AI would take your portfolio that you already have and say, this product's not working very well, or they've changed, they've diversified a little bit, and it's not performing as well. So we're going to execute a trade on behalf of Alison, going to harvest some tax losses. Maybe it's going to negotiate some brokerage fees on your behalf without your approval. You set the guardrails and it goes away and manages your portfolio on your behalf. What's the benefit for that? Personalized wealth management. What are you interested in? No more generic portfolios. It's all highly personalized without the same cost that you may see elsewhere. Some of these services are only available to high net worth individuals. Now it's democratized to the everyday person. However, the regulatory aspect is really where you need to watch. So that's the risk. What about AI compliance officers? Agents that monitor different regulations in different agents and different central banks or FCAs all across the world that automatically update your workflows. So an AI that reads a new FCA guidance on crypto assets and automatically adjusts the KYC workflow. Reduces the amount of costs on compliance staff, may reduce the risk of fines, and can keep you very nimble instead of reading all those hundreds and hundreds of pages. Risk and fraud detection. Agents can identify and detect unusual transactions and stop them without approval and escalate it for investigation. They've been shown to really reduce fraud by significant percentages in test environments. Things like credit scoring and loan underwriting, you might be able to get an automatic approval. Just like if you log on and you get a Revolut bank account, you get straight away a Revolut, there's other banks available, we're not sponsored, there's other neobanks available for your download, but you can get loans and advances in real time without spending days filling out forms, making business cases, running simulations. It just brings everything much, much faster because it's collecting in real time, looking at your spend history, looking at your incomings, and where do you sit in the risk matrix. Things like smart contracts, blockchain and smart contracts. Blockchain and AI are going to really marry together in the next few years because it's going to really, you get the benefits of blockchain with the autonomy of the agentic AI. And that's where agents interact with smart contracts directly, making payments, settlements, insurance claims without human intervention. So in an example, an agent can monitor weather data and trigger smart contracts for payouts without any human interaction. It can bring speed to the insurance industry. And there are some more really good examples, and you should be able to get a copy of these slides, and the examples are in there. Now, these are all technical problems. These are problems that, I've got the Bank of Ireland app and it's really clunky, it's really slow, and it depends on your internet connection, if you've got 5G or if you're on a Wi-Fi connection, and it's just, so frustrating. That's a lived technical problem and a technical opportunity. But there are real human opportunities. And I think that these have such much value in an AI agentic fintech world as we move forward. So some really scary numbers for you. The credit invisible, or the unscored credit, is over 30 million Americans. That's almost a quarter of the population in America have no credit score and therefore no access to loan, which means they're probably, if they need money, they're going to loan sharks and getting very, very bad, unregulated business interest rates. Women have less than 30 to 40% less savings than men. And in fact, in parts of Europe, it's even higher than that. What does that mean? Why do we care? Because when they stop working, they're not going to have the pension and the savings to be able to maintain a relevant and steady life. They're not going to spend as much, and they're going to drive up higher loans and higher debt. There are solutions for this right now. Black households in America are 2.5 more likely than the average person to be unbanked, and low income are 4 times. What does that mean? That means they don't even have a bank account. Now, just let that settle for a minute. Almost 1 in 4 don't have a bank account, which is a really scary statistic, because there are some amazing fintech startups that are working to address this with family circles and ways of loaning money, microfinancing, micro loans. So there's a really good opportunity here for people who want to help with social goods, but really enjoy fintech. And I think that we don't talk enough about the human opportunity within fintech. There's also the at-risk groups, displaced persons. If I lived overseas for my entire career and moved to Ireland only in 2020, and I came to Ireland with a 0 credit score because your credit score doesn't follow you. So I had to start from scratch. It's very, very difficult. My car insurance was incredibly expensive. But these are real problems. And as a population and as a generation of Z and Alphas that are projected to be more mobile than previous generations, things like credit scores that follow you, or persons that are displaced due to conflict, due to weather incidents, you need to make sure that we have a solution for them to bank, to access their money, to access insurance, to access short-term loans. And then as well, don't forget about the differing abilities. No matter what app you're building or what you're thinking about, we need to make sure that it's done in an inclusive way. I was at a conference last year, and there was a gentleman there who was in a wheelchair, and he came up to talk, and I'm like, this is a little bit weird. I'm not here to judge. I'm here with an open mind, but why do we have a gentleman in a wheelchair speaking at a financial conference? And he was telling us how difficult it was for him to interact with bank ATM machines as an example of being conscious of people's abilities when we're designing the tools for human use. And he said that no two machines in any bank are the same. Some have touch screen, which doesn't work for him because he doesn't have sight. Some have the buttons with the numbers, but they're not always in the same order. And so it's very, very difficult. And it's just simple things like that within an area, you know, within a system. Can we standardize it? Can we be cognizant of what this is going to impact? Is this going to exclude? What are we building? And is it going to exclude anyone? And is there anything we can do about that? And when you think like that, opportunities arise. And this is a real opportunity. But there are risks. And listening to the previous speaker at the end, you know, the points are absolutely spot on. It's just, you know, agentic AI and AI in general is fabulous, and it's here. And anyone that says they're not using it are probably lying. Not even just students, but most people in their day-to-day. So what can we do? What do we need to do? So if for security and autonomous transactions, if agents can initiate payments or transfers, they could be hacked, manipulated, exploited. So it's things like multi-factor approvals, though let's get rid of the passwords. 100%, let's get rid of passwords. Role-based permissions for agents, and then a person with a delegated authority for transfers of a certain amount need to be verified by a human. Over delegation, loss of control. If teams rely too heavily on agents, sit back, have your cup of tea or your cup of coffee and a couple of biscuits, you create a black box. If you stop checking, you stop knowing what it's really doing. And then you end up with no one truly understanding what is going on. So that's where you want to do audits and make sure there's a kill switch. And that might sound a little bit dramatic, but there's a very nice analogy at the end where there was no kill switch. Things like customer trust and transparency. Customers may reject or mistrust the money managers or the compliance boss. but it's all about having a really transparent UX. And banks like Revolut, like Bunk, like Wise, they've really changed the way we want to look at our banking apps, and we want to interface with banks. We don't want a million information and it to be really formal. It's all about the language that the everyday layperson can understand. Then things like regulatory non-compliance. Autonomous systems may make decisions, things like KYC, AML approvals, that violate central bank rules if they're not checked. Again, that's keeping a human in the loop and auditing. And then the one that everyone has heard of is your bias and fairness. Agents are lines of code. Lines of code are written. They might have been written by an AI bot, but the originator of that within the prompt or within the line of code themselves was a human. So every human has biases. And so these agentic AIs within their finance approvals can amplify the bias, especially in credit scoring, fraud detection, things like portfolio recommendations. It can make decisions based on your ethnicity, which may not be relevant to your transactional history. So it's things like diverse training data sets, bias audits, and having metrics as well to test the model. And then another buzzword that's around at the minute are hallucinations, where it's just giving incorrect information. And that's where you need to be really careful with the LLMs, right? Because they're given regulatory interpretations, financial advice, or transaction steps. I was talking to someone just last night, actually, and they put into ChatGPT, what is the VAT threshold for small businesses that provide services? And they got one number. Then they went to Copilot and they asked the same question, phrased exactly the same way, and got another answer. So it's just checking and making sure that when you're using these agentic AI tools, that there are checks and verification layers before that. And then obviously there's reputation and risk. One high profile failure and that's it. And it can end very, very swiftly. So it's really about making sure that you're protecting and thinking about these from the onset. And as investors, that you're asking these questions, that have they been thought about? So agentic AI in fintech is really powerful, but the autonomy without accountability is dangerous. The winners are going to be the ones that build the trust-first systems, transparency, regulations, and they're doing it right with guardrails from day one. So is it the end of the world? Is agentic AI the end of the world? So some of you may be aware of this apocalypse and some of you may not, but I do suggest that you go and Google it. The AI paperclip apocalypse is where a factory makes paperclips. They upgrade the factory with AI, robots, and machine learning, and agentic AI, and that over time creates the end of existence and an apocalypse for all humans across the world, because they are not necessary for the building and the creation of paperclips. And so they are surplus to requirements. There was no kill switch in the system. There were no guardrails in the system. This is a hypothetical, but it is a real hypothetical that is reviewed by governments to make sure that companies have these guardrails in place so that things like this can't happen and it doesn't crash financial systems. So, what will you create is the big question. And that is the end of my little share today. If anyone has any questions, I think we still have a couple of minutes.
We are tight on time, but you know what? We'll put in one quick question if anybody has a question. Anybody in the room? Yes, just 1 second. We'll just get the microphone. Just one quick question, Alison. Thank you so much.
Alison, thanks for the presentation. Trustability, transparency. An earlier speaker spoke about glass box. But if the wind blowing from Silicon Valley, from the tech bros, is anti-regulation and let us move fast and break things, will it take, or what is the critical mass of consumer impact that will be needed in order for this to become mandatory rather than best practice?
So I think that's really where the central bank, the European Central Bank as well, have the sandboxes. And that's where you can build fast and break things because it's in a controlled environment. And you're then working with the central banks and the regulators to then help them develop relevant regulation that will allow this product, if it works, into market. So I think the work fast, break things, keep moving methodology that Silicon Valley likes, it's good. It's more challenging when it comes to financial and fintech because there is a higher risk and more care is needed. And I don't think that, you know, even if you move to DeFi, there still is an element of regulation. It's not regulation, but it's council approval and guardrails. So I think no matter what, you're always going to have some kind of rules, and that's okay, but it's finding a way to test your product before you have high cost outlays for the regulatory approval. And that's the answer to that are your sandboxes.
Thank you very much. And actually, we're going to hear from the central bank tomorrow, and they're going to be talking about the innovation sandboxes. So very good. Thank you so much. Your presentation actually was a very natural follow-on from Ciara's presentation. So really appreciate you giving up your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Jane Cummings, who is the CTO of Outmin.io. She's a former CERN scientist, and she is leading. Yes, she's the CTO of Outmin.io, which is leading AI-driven bookkeeping solutions. So she holds a PhD in physics from Yale and has experience building technology teams and strategies in AI startups. So, Jane, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect, we can hear you. Jane, you're very welcome, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Kerry, and thank you to everyone. Thanks for having me today. It's great to be here virtually joining you. As Kerry mentioned, my name is Jane Cummings, and I am CTO at Outmin. Outmin is a startup that was founded 5 years ago in 2020, based here in Ireland. So I'm calling you from the offices here in Dogpatch in Dublin. And I'm going to talk today about our experience in building a product that automates bookkeeping, and in particular, moving beyond assistance to full automation. And I'll talk about some of the particular challenges that we've faced in that experience. I'll highlight that Outmin was founded in 2020, which is before, you know, LLMs and ChatGPT were household names. So it's something that we had the insight for, and it's turned out to be really good timing. And we also have a few more years of experience behind us than some of the startups that have been founded in the wake of the sort of recent hype around AI. So hopefully I can share some of the insights from that experience with you, and also represent the perspective of the transition from research to building products and building AI products. As Kerry mentioned, my background, I have a PhD in physics, and I worked at CERN, and have gone from working at CERN to working in startups since 2017. So for the last 8 years or so, I've been building products that have data at the center and have been applying AI in new and novel ways in more established industries, and in this case, applying AI to automating bookkeeping. So I want to talk about these two paradigms in building AI products. And in particular, when I say products, I'm referring to B2B SaaS products, where you're using a product in the context of business, running a business, or in some kind of work environment. And one of the most common approaches that we've seen at the moment is taking an existing product with existing workflows and tools and processes and functionality, layering in AI in order to provide some sort of enhancement, typically some sort of efficiency improvement within the context of that workflow, where you still have the same users who are responsible for whatever the work is that's being done, but we're enabling them to be more efficient. And we've had really successful examples of that, and you probably come across it every day in products that you're using, where you're starting to see new AI features and new AI functionality, and plenty of things that we've heard throughout the day. So on the other hand, we have another paradigm, which is using AI to provide full automation and full replacement, so that that same workflow or that same process is no longer needed and is eliminated, from that person's desk who previously had it in front of them. And so that's what we're aiming to do with Outmin. Rather than building a bookkeeping product that makes bookkeeping more efficient and 2 to 3 times, more productive or more efficient bookkeepers, we are building a product that delivers the bookkeeping work product without someone within the business needing to do bookkeeping, which we would offer and propose is a significantly higher value proposition and a transformational product within the industry, and will sort of change the face of bookkeeping and accounting and how accountants are able to operate and to grow. But with that significantly higher value proposition, there come significantly more challenges in building that product. And when we're talking about bookkeeping data, the consistency and the reliability, the accuracy, the completeness of that data is business critical. And if we're going to provide that as a product, we need to think very carefully about how we can build, earn, maintain the trust and the confidence of our end customer and our users of that data. And it poses really significant challenges. So what I want to talk about today is just share some of the experience that we've had over the last few years building this product for full automation, some of the strategies that we've implemented, some of the lessons that we've learned from doing this in practice in a new and innovative product that reimagines bookkeeping in an AI-first era and from the ground up. So the 3 challenges that I'll spend some time talking about today are sort of the size of the problem, and it is quite large, and you can't automate bookkeeping overnight. You can't automate bookkeeping in a year, and we've been at it for 5 years, and we still have a lot of work to do. So I'll talk about the strategies that we've taken to break that problem down and deliver more incremental value along the way and make progress. When we're thinking about moving beyond assistance and beyond localized tasks We need to take a more systems first approach, and we need to understand the full end-to-end scope of the problem that we're solving, which again adds additional complexity and additional consideration so that we can own that process end to end, rather than just considering what does it take to make a single isolated process more efficient. And finally, the trust piece, and how do we build trust distinctly and explicitly in the context of building a fully automated bookkeeping product. So I'll talk to each of these three challenges. Won't go very deep into any of them. I'll give you a bit of a tour, but I'm happy to answer questions and happy to connect afterwards if there's something you'd like to learn more about or discuss further. So first of all, you can't automate bookkeeping overnight. And bookkeeping looks at the surface very deceptively simple. It appears as a linear problem that's straightforward. If we break it down, we need to acquire data. We need data from the bank. We need invoices. We need sales data, payroll, process that data according to well-defined conventions. That populates a general ledger. General ledger is then the source for all of our downstream tasks in reporting and compliance, tax returns, statutory filings, management accounts and reporting. All of that is fed by the general ledger. So at the surface level, it really does seem like it's quite a simple and tractable problem. But I can tell you, based on all of our experiences, that this simplicity is quite deceptive. And in building a finance product, premature automation and any oversimplification is a recipe for breaking trust, and we can get ourselves into trouble if we try to move too fast. And to the audience member's question earlier, that sort of move fast and break things approach in building a finance product and a solution for bookkeeping won't work here. So we need to think about how do we do this systematically in order to deliver something that is consistent and reliable. So I'll tell you about the approach that we've been taking at Outman, which is an incremental development strategy. We work with domain experts embedded within our team. And whenever we are building out a new process, we always start by understanding that process in a manual way. So we typically will start with spreadsheets, and we'll have people on our team who are domain experts, who are bookkeepers and accountants, sort of working through that process in a spreadsheet, explaining it so that we can have a deep level of understanding on the product and engineering side before we build it in to the Outman platform. And when we build it into the Outman platform, we actually use the assistant strategy, but we use the assistant strategy internally. So when we first build a new process into the Outman platform, we actually build a process of that, which is a internal assisted workflow. And we still use a human in the loop, those embedded domain experts, moving out of spreadsheets and into the platform with automation in the loop, so that we are starting to build a data set, and we're building more feedback loops and mechanisms to test our understanding and implementation of this process, as well as the AI that we are then iteratively and incrementally improving based on those feedback loops, until we have enough confidence and enough data to say that we can graduate to the full automation stage, and that we can then reduce the requirement that we have internally for the human in the loop, and remove that, but still maintain internal escalation points and also expert review, because it is our imperative to deliver the high data quality and standard to our customers. And with this strategy, you'll notice that we are able to deliver the product to our customers, which is, for all intents and purposes, automated from their perspective. They are not doing this work. That enables us as well to validate our market hypothesis, test product market fit, deliver that product sooner rather than later, where automation is a long game and it takes time and it takes investment in order to do it well and to do it right. But we are a startup and we are a business, and we also need to be bringing a product to the market without waiting to get to that point of full automation, which I said isn't something that we can do quickly if we also want to do it to the level of accuracy that's needed to actually deliver this product, which is a complete bookkeeping product. So I'll give you an example, just paint a bit of a picture of what that looks like in a use case of supplier reconciliation. So if anyone isn't familiar with supplier reconciliation, it's generally the process by which you are comparing the data that sits in the accounting system of record and verifying it against some third party. So in the case of supplier reconciliation, you would be comparing all of the transactions and balances that represent money that is owed to suppliers against statements that are produced by the statement, comparing those two records and confirming that they agree. And if they don't, it generally means that there's a set of actions that are needed in order to resolve the differences, whether that's finding invoices that are missing or making sure that the bank is correctly reconciled with payments to invoices, etc. And you can see, hopefully you can already see by looking at this spreadsheet, that there's quite a lot of work that goes into this. And this is an example where we've sort of worked through that process and built out the understanding that we have of what are the different components, what's the data that we need, what is the process, what is the flow. And we actually do a lot of sort of product discovery and testing at this stage in the spreadsheet, where we'll be sharing this with some of our customers, getting their input, getting their validation, so that we can test from that perspective as well before we start to move it into the product. And so you can see an example of that here, where this is the current status of our supplier reconciliation, which is internally enabled within the product, but we're still at that sort of intermediate phase where we have enabled it. We've thereby made it more efficient. We've put it into the software, into the internal platform, out of spreadsheets, and we've layered in some AI and automation in various places to help predict the reconciliation status. And then we have the embedded experts, human in the loops, reviewing that and actually sort of processing the final outcome for the reconciliation, which will then flow to our end customers and also provides that feedback loop back to us, so that we can continue to collect data to determine, how effective we are at predicting that status, where we still need to make improvements. And that all is part of our incremental development strategy that we're taking to break this problem down and deliver incremental value along the way, where it is a really big problem. Our next challenge is thinking about the system level problem and not just tasks. So if we think of bookkeeping as a series of tasks, and then we think about solving each of those tasks through isolated models, that will not sort of sum up and add up to accurate financial accounts. And in the case when you're just focused on those tasks alone and building an assistant, but then leaving the work to the end user to be responsible for, you can leave the edge cases and the exceptions and ultimately questions around accuracy and completeness of the financial accounts to the end user. That is their responsibility and their concern. You've made them more efficient in each of those tasks, but they still need to sort of be responsible for that final product and the consistency. When we're taking the approach of full automation, we need to handle that end-to-end consistency, and we need to understand how there are interactions with these different components, and we need to be able to handle all of the edge cases and the exceptions and the consistency. So I'll start by looking at the example. So if we imagine that we have perfect invoice OCR, and we imagine we have invoices coming into the system, we apply our perfect invoice OCR, we translate all of the information, post that into our general ledger. I can guarantee that then you will not generate a set of complete and accurate and consistent accounts just on the basis of having a very strong OCR component. And what will be missing is a lot of the additional context that is needed in order to, for example, determine the correct and the consistent expense code for each item, which might be different even for the same invoice in a different company's context, won't take into account previous treatments for consistency, where in a lot of cases we can think of bookkeeping as a series of judgments. There isn't always a black and white answer. But what is more important than the specific treatment is how consistently you treat things over time, so that then you can compare apples and apples when you're comparing something like month-on-month performance or generating consistent reporting. There's also plenty of cases, as we understand, where documents come into the system, but they don't actually belong there. They might represent a transaction that was already recorded, and it's a different document, but referring to the same transaction. It could be a duplicate altogether, or it could be an invoice that was sent for the wrong business, which happens a lot in our case when we have businesses with multiple entities, but we get sort of confusion across those different entities. And so we need to be able to recognize that and put that into context, and not just take the invoice on face value and accept that because it's there, it should actually be accepted into the accounts. And on the other hand, we also, just because we have a perfect OCR system, won't tell us that we actually have everything that we need. So we need a solution for detecting potentially missing invoices in order to finally generate a set of complete and consistent accounts. So when we think about building this system for full automation, we need an integrated end-to-end system that for every new piece of information that comes in, we can leverage not only just the sort of intelligence that is required to process that piece of information, that data, but we also need to take into account our memory, past transactions, past edge cases, past treatments, so that we can apply the same sort of consistency for this new piece of data that's entering the system. We also need context. So are there company-specific instructions or rules that we might need to apply in order to make the right decision or the right judgment in this case, as well as cross-modal reasoning. So we want to leverage the fact that we have information from different data sources. We have the bank and we have invoices. We want to use that to qualify the data that we have incoming and build up our confidence that this is actually a valid, relevant piece of data that we want to include into this set of accounts. Again, because we are responsible for that final work product, and we're not offloading that responsibility to the end user, which really requires us to think about this, full system and how we can leverage as much context as possible. And the last challenge that I'll talk about is building trust. And this is definitely a really big challenge, especially in building AI products in finance, as we said earlier, where any error can have big consequences. And even if it's not a material error, then it can have consequences in degrading trust, where the end user will already be naturally skeptical. And any hint that we're getting things wrong will quickly degrade trust. So we've had to think a lot about how we earn and build that trust. And there's a pretty interesting phenomenon here when we think about moving from assistance to full automation, where when you're building an assistant within a product that has existing workflows and you're not displacing much, you're not moving too much around, so the same process stands and you're making it more efficient. That means that the end user is in the loop. They have all of the context that they need to have confidence in the data because they've been a part of the data production process. On the other hand, if we take them out of the loop, we remove all of that context and we remove some of their control, and we also we sort of remove and lose that confidence that comes with those two things. And delivering sort of high accuracy outputs, it turns out isn't enough, which is something we've learned in a really big way over the years. And so we need to think about how do we build that confidence and build it really explicitly. So probably heard some of this already today, but some of the strategies and the things that we've been focused on to help build trust come down to transparency. So our users need to understand the process and how it works. They need to have that familiarity and that confidence and that they understand what is happening and how it's happening, so that they're willing and they're okay with giving up some of that control because they still know how it's working and they know how it's being processed. They also want visibility. So they don't just want a final output. And in a lot of cases, that's because bookkeeping is a very continuous activity, right? There's always transactions happening in a business. They always, we always have ongoing data processing. And so there is no point at which you can say, bookkeeping starts and finishes. We have cycles and we can do sort of month end and periods and things like that, but still it's a very continuous activity. And so our customers and our end users very much want to see not just the output and not just a set of accounts, but they want to see the work in progress, and they want to see the work in progress because it helps them to build their confidence again in the process and gives them a little bit more of a sense of control, that they get that oversight and that visibility the whole way through the process. They can interrogate things and they can sort of see where it's at. They're not sort of in the dark until some moment when a set of accounts arrive and they don't really know, if it's something that they can trust. Is it missing? Is it complete? And that's where also explainability comes in. So we need to provide sort of explanations, a lot of narrative around how decisions were made, sort of summaries around what is included, what is not included, what we expect to be missing, and that's where we can also leverage LLMs a lot, because we can sort of turn that into more of a narrative and provide that explainability and explain some of those things and make it feel like they're really having an interaction with a replacement for a bookkeeper. So I just include one illustration and one example from our product, and this is on the side of what the customer sees, where we give various dashboards, and this is an example in the bank accounts where you can see sort of the real-time progress up until today, how much of the bank has been processed over the last month, what's still remaining. If you drill into any of these tiles, you can interrogate any single data point, any bank line, any transaction, whether it was processed, whether it is still outstanding, if it's outstanding, why, and what is the reason, giving that full visibility and that full sense of control back into the user's hands and giving them that visibility. So that's been a bit of a tour around some of the challenges and the strategies that we have employed within Outman in providing a full automated solution for bookkeeping. We've taken an incremental strategy with embedded domain expertise and human in the loops, so that we can deliver incremental value while also breaking down a very large problem into something where we can really measure progress. We have to look at this as an integrated end-to-end system and not isolated tasks. And we're focused on making trust very explicit with transparency, visibility, and explainability. So that brings me to the end, and thank you very much for listening. And I think we probably have a few minutes for questions as well.
Thanks so much, Jane. That was fascinating. We have time for one quick question. Joe, can you take the microphone over there, please? Just 1 second till we send over the microphone, Jane.
Sure.
Thanks, Jane. That was a very interesting talk. You mentioned earlier on, you mentioned data acquisition, and then you kind of tied that into the imperfect invoice and the kind of areas you need to look at there. Have you any insights into how you tactically dealt with that imperfect data and I might use the example of the invoice, but you kind of highlighted the key areas you have to look out for, but how did you actually tactically address that? And maybe just finally, where are you on that journey in terms of where are your capabilities at this stage in that area?
Sure. So in the case of an imperfect invoice, so we are taking that approach that I described where we're leveraging context. So we've built a context engine that helps us to bring in the sort of historical transactions as well as company specific context and rules that help us to put a particular invoice into that context. And it helps us to identify invoices that we have acquired into the system by some means, but actually shouldn't be accepted into the accounts. So we are doing that today, and we do still, as I said, we're on that journey. So now we have a lot of sort of exception reporting that we have our internal experts reviewing. So if we have an invoice that we reject and say, this invoice doesn't belong here, that shows up on an exception report. And then we can review those exception reports in sort of batch at the end of the week or at the end of a month cycle. And we can still implement those feedback loops so that we can learn if, in those cases, we're actually getting it wrong for some reason, and we need to bring it back into the system. So we really leverage the feedback loops in the data to continuously monitor and improve performance.
One more question? We're good. That's great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for giving up your time.
Thank you.
Guys, last but not least, we've got our panel discussion, and we are delighted to be well to join Goold from Kernal Capital, Susie Farthing from EY, and Michael O'Connor from NexGen Cyber, and it's going to be moderated by RDI Hub's own Megan Daly Tyrrell. Thank you, Kerry.
So I have the pleasure of moderating the final session. So I'll welcome up Michael O'Connor. Michael is the Chief Information Security Officer with NexGen Cyber and very valued RDI Hub member also. Michael has 15 years of experience in delivering bank-grade cybersecurity solutions to top-tier financial institutions in the US. I believe you're currently really focusing on applying AI to security challenges within the health tech and fintech sectors. So thank you very much for joining us. We have Susie Harding. Susie is a Senior Manager in EY's Data Analytics and AI practice. You also have 15 years of experience working with AI and predictive modeling across a number of sectors. Thank you very much for being with us. And last but not least, we have Dhar Goold. Dhar is Partner and Finance Director of Kernal Capital with specific responsibility for corporate finance due diligence for both the portfolio companies and Kernal strategic clients. You also sit on the Board of Directors for the Code Institute, Data Tactics and Display Note. So thank you so much. So as Kerry mentioned, we're going to end the day with, I suppose, looking at some really kind of relatable real life use cases. So I suppose I have a general question for all three of you to begin with. And really, I'm wondering, have you seen, or could you walk us through any sort of specific use cases where AI has been used to help either your own organization or client organizations to make better financial decisions? So whether that's fraud detection, forecasting, whatever it might be. So if you could just maybe explain the business problem and how AI helped solve that. So Dhar, we might go to yourself first.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I suppose what we're seeing is across portfolio companies, like there's a huge variation in the degree of which AI is being implemented, from a very micro level at a kind of a shadow AI level at somebody's desk where they're using it themselves to bring efficiency, or all the way up to enterprise level. And that's a whole different discussion around the challenges there in in codifying that across an organization. But certainly, I think forecasting is one area where we see it in a number of instances where it's, you know, the ability to bring a bit more accuracy to forecasting. I suppose the nature of, like, we're a venture capital fund, the nature of the companies that we're interacting with at a diligence level, we're investing at a very early stage, and really the data that you have on a forecasting is inherently wrong, and we know that at the outset, and you know that it's less relevant really because it's kind of finger in the air a bit. You're building your first product, you know, the forecasting isn't key to the timings, because you're raising money because you're working the business, you're losing, you know, effectively. But then as the businesses grow and after we've invested and the companies are growing and scaling, cash flow ultimately is a key consideration for companies at any level outside of, and AI is bringing a pretty, you know, impactful ability to forecast more accurately, because there's an inherent bias, you know, at a company level. Like every financial forecast I've ever looked at will overstate the revenues, it will understate the costs, you know, and ultimately that's a challenge. So AI is bringing a greater ability on both sides of that P&L to accurately forecast, particularly on the revenue side, you know, and to see, because, you know, and specific examples would be where you can build up your model from where certain, because a lot of what we would invest, we invest in deep tech, we invest in enterprise software, and on the enterprise software side is the side where there is revenues flowing, you know, post investment, and they typically have a relatively long lead time, you know, so you can build up with accuracy that, okay, like if we're not at a certain point of time, you know, 4 months out, it's not feasible to say that we're going to have revenues flowing in 5 months' time from this particular contract, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So you can as the company progresses and you build up a body of data, you can certainly see a lot of value in AI from bringing accuracy to that forecasting model and bringing reality to it, really, an objectivity to it.
Yeah. Okay, super. And yourself, Susie?
Yeah, so I suppose at EY we work with a lot of different clients. We work with a lot of the major Irish banks. And I suppose across all our clients in finance, but also in banking, one of the things we're seeing is that, like, still your traditional machine learning and predictive modeling is still there, still needed. But where the AI part that really helps, we find, is that in the data quality and the ability now to move quicker. You know, you can get models trained and deployed much quicker. The biggest hurdle left really is governance and risk associated with them. So it's still there's the human involvement there, and that's still where the biggest time consumption is, really, because the technology has improved. But I suppose obviously we still have guardrails and the human in the loop, and that part of it is always going to be there, particularly for some of the banks that we deal with. Like, they have a lot of high risk models, so they're not going to be as worried about, you know, a mortgage churn model, although it could bring in a lot of additional value for the bank. But definitely in terms of, like, your old school predictive modelling, who's going to leave, who's going to buy, who's going to cross sell, all that stuff is still really relevant. But AI massively helps speed it up. You've access to more data now, any like textual data that previously, like, data scientists or, you know, data professionals would have shied away from. They're more than happy to see that now, because they can push large language models on top of it. Another area in terms of the explainability as well, we're kind of moving away from the whole black box of this is the model and you don't need to know what it's doing, just trust me. And I'm delighted to see that, you know, there's like a lot of explainability, and you can put natural language models on top of any predictive model saying, tell me, well, why is this mortgage going to close, or why is this customer going to open a new deposit product? You know, and that ultimately will make better decisions and means there's more trust involved as well, because obviously if you can understand why something is working, you're going to trust it a lot more. So where I see it definitely day to day is just speeding things up massively, and like there's constantly new ways that we can kind of get more adoption and more buy-in to models, and ultimately building better models essentially, because AI is providing tools to support that. So even in your kind of traditional predictive modeling that, you know, a lot of places would already have, it's providing a lot of value there as well as part of the process to develop those.
I think we saw that with our keynote speaker this morning, Hrvoje. from Graphite Note. Like they've developed an incredible AI-powered predictive analysis tool, and they go that step further. Then it provides that kind of prescriptive analysis afterwards. So yeah, that's really interesting. And Michael, how about yourself?
Yes, so we've worked with a number of different customers from an AI perspective, but one particular in the healthcare space, they're dealing with financial claims management. And so if you think of the healthcare environment and claims, lots of different siloed stakeholders in the process. So whether that's the individual and their health records and going in for a hip replacement or whatever else, to the hospital themselves, to the consultants, to the insurance providers, and securing that process in terms of all those different stakeholders and the information that they need to make a claim is a challenge in itself. So addressing that as a problem is something that we've helped one of our customers to do. And so one of the first things was, how do we securely get all these stakeholders to be able to have access to their data to process the claim side of things? And then once it was secured, it was looking at, well, now how can AI help to speed up the process? How can we remove fraudulent claims? How can we remove false positives? Delays in terms of waiting on a consultant to send in his part of the claims process to say how much his work costs and everything else. And so there's a series of use cases that this customer is working on and testing now in terms of how to make the process more efficient. And there's wins there across the board, most importantly for the individuals. And when you're going to a hospital to have a procedure, you don't want to be worrying about all the paperwork and is it going to be paid for in a timely manner. You just want it to be paid for. But there's important things that you need to validate as an individual. So the use cases that AI can bring to the table to help with that is excellent. So our customers working on the use cases and looking at data that they have based on their application and having the model in place for a number of years. Where we're coming in then is we're talking to them about when they bring it to the enterprise, when they're talking to the hospitals, to the insurance providers, how do they put their minds at rest that the AI tools that they're using aren't going to be used by other customers, that their data isn't going to be susceptible to data breaches, or that it's very sensitive information. Health records in general are very sensitive. So taking that security aspect and helping them to consider these things and to phrase it in the right way so that when they are having those conversations with customers, they're able to bring them on board and make the journey more seamless. So it is, a lot of it's that visibility and that trust and being able to demonstrate how the AI models are working, how the data that you have is secure, and then that there's controls and checks and balances in place. So it's not just let the AI run and plug it in and away we go. What are the controls then going forward?
And I suppose if kind of continuing on from that, for a question for each of you, and starting with yourself, Michael, have you seen an AI deployment within your own organization or a client organization that just has not gone well? And what was the kind of course correction there? What were the learnings from it?
I'm going to stick to an example for ourselves. That's a safe example to use, but there's this sense of a rush to use AI. Everyone wants to get on board and doesn't want to miss the boat as such. And that's both for businesses and for individuals. So, there's a recent survey that says 78% of individuals have used AI themselves without looking for approval from the companies that they're working in. And then 58% of them have uploaded sensitive data. And it's not from a malicious perspective, but it's from the point of view of being more efficient, being more proactive, trying to get things done in a good way. But it really comes back to the governance side of things and businesses having governance and clear guidelines for their teams and people to be able to use AI sensibly. The example that I'm going to come back to is with ourselves. And again, it's a finance example, but we regularly meet on a monthly basis to review our P&L and to go through finance figures and everything else. And we had a consultant working with us set up the call, and we all jumped onto the call, and there was this lovely AI recording tool. You know, it was going to record the meeting, it was going to take the notes, it was going to make everything a lot more efficient. But we had no prior notice that this tool was going to be turned on for the meeting. And so we'd stop the meeting at the very beginning and say, we've done no assessment of this tool. We don't know where the data is going to be stored. We don't know controls around who has access to the data. And so, you know, it's a very small use case or small example. The consultant thought he was doing a great thing. We can have meaningful conversations. We can record the meeting. I don't have to worry about the note taking. But from our perspective, we were sharing screens, we were sharing financial information, we were bringing up all kinds of information that, you know, we could have easily continued the meeting and trusted him and trusted the AI system to be doing what it's meant to be doing. But, you know, we had to say, no, stop. And it did impact our meeting for 15 minutes. But like we're advising lots of companies, you know, don't rush headlong into the latest and greatest tool and start using it. You know, you need to do your due diligence about the tools that are out there and consider the data aspect of it. And, you know, who will have access to that data once you use the tool.
And of all clients that consultant could have used, they had to choose a cybersecurity company.
He was very sorry at the end of the game.
I can imagine, yeah, there was a lesson learned there, I'm sure. And Susie, how about yourself? Any horror stories or learnings we can leave?
Yeah, like I suppose, even just kind of following on from my earlier kind of example I referenced, I think one of the things that we've seen is just the back to the speed of technology and model development versus the actual, I suppose, change management or appetite as well. So I know one of the clients we built a predictive model for them, but it actually took us, you know, the bones of a year to get a true model risk for a number of different reasons. I suppose just in general, more, you know, like a lack of understanding in terms of why we'd want to use the predictive model in banking to target customers, but also like from a people resourcing point of view, you know, there's a lot of, I mentioned before, high risk capital IRB models that have to be validated. So, you know, something like a predictive modeling to identify which customers target for personalized campaigns comes down the pecking order quite a bit. And as a result of that, then the model performance, the model was kind of sitting there waiting to go live, and then it decays over time, you know, because it was sitting there and it was just decaying. So when it ultimately came to be deployed, when it got approval for deployment, you know, the results were, yeah, exactly. So that one of the ways we tried to mitigate that then was to come up with a checklist that for, you know, first line of validation to do their own reviewing of their models, to try and get it out there quicker, while still having all those regulation and guidelines in place, but at the same time giving a little more autonomy to other parts of the bank to make sure that there was that kind of quicker speed. So that is one of the things to be aware of as well, I suppose, is just the data staleness and how quickly models can decay, especially with changing market trends, changing products, you know, things like that. So it's very important that you're aware of that as well as like when a model or something or AI is deployed, to make sure it's retrained and refreshed as well, because you know, there's always going to be scenarios where it is naturally going to decay. That's what it's going to do. Yeah. Behaviors change over time. We as humans need to account for that as well when we're developing these solutions and using them.
Really interesting. There's that kind of fine line between like, you know, jumping the gun and introducing something that hasn't been correctly validated and actually leaving something on the shelf for that little bit too long. And Ger, how about yourself?
Yeah, I suppose probably the common one that I've seen is through the lens of portfolio companies, but it would be on the data quality side, where like one of the companies that we have is a data quality company, and that's their business. And what the downstream examples would be where AI projects were kicked off with, you know, with budgets and bursts of enthusiasm, and there was a general use case established and all that, but the actual data quality piece, you know, the downstream piece wasn't addressed appropriately, whereby the actual, you know, the model is predicated upon the quality of the data, and in, so organizations, large organizations with huge amounts of data have a lot of work in the first instance to get to the starting line. And that is the kind of grubby detail somewhat that is overlooked. Before you get to that kind of hygiene piece, before you can even start off, to ensure that it's that whole principle of garbage in, garbage out, really, and that being overlooked. And then, as a result, then there's remediation needed to go back downstream and resolve that before you can kind of progress.
Yeah.
It's a common story.
The hygiene and housekeeping really are the kind of issues you've seen. Okay. So I have a couple of, I suppose, questions for each of you specifically. So, Susie, like EI, you work with a wide range of financial institutions. So have you seen specific use cases where AI has been used to help with compliance, risk modeling, that sort of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So one recent use case that we actually saw being used and we're supporting with was the use of a large language model for regulatory guidelines and for regulatory guidance. So I mentioned earlier that like previously, text documents were any data scientist's worst nightmare because it was just impossible to deal with. Whereas all that has changed now. So the CBI recently released this year new consumer protection guidelines, and one of the clients that we were dealing with, they wanted to upskill their entire staff or to have a resource available so that if anyone in like retail or product or different parts of the business wanted to know, right, what's my responsibilities now if I'm refusing someone credit? Do I have to give them written notice of this now? And rather than having to go through the entire document page by page, you could put that information. You can take a large language model tool provided by Microsoft or AWS, put that information, have it on a safe environment. It's not like you're throwing it into ChatGPT. Have it on your own tenancy in your own environment, and quickly and easily come up with a tool that's like really user friendly. You can ask natural language questions, and ultimately it helped upskill the entire workforce really quickly in terms of understanding of the changes. So even you could ask questions, what's new in the 2025 guidelines versus the previous version, and it will quickly and easily tell you. And a lot of people are using tools like ChatGPT and things like that, so people are naturally more prone to use them as well. So if there's safer versions of them within your own company, you're going to tend toward to use them as opposed to search for it yourself. And obviously the information is still there if you want it. It can give references to where the document is pulling it from, and because it is based on its own, there's no hallucinations involved in it. So it's trustworthy and reliable. And that was really quick. It was very quick to do that. It's open source data. The regulations are there. You're literally just making sense out of it, putting natural language on top of it. That's an example of a use case of any kind of guidelines, internal procedures, internal processes. That's the quickest win, I think, in terms of where you can kind of get towards improving regulatory understanding, compliance, reducing risk, because you're basically making people more aware of these different requirements.
And you're making the information easier and more natural to interact with as well. Okay. Super. And Michael, for yourself, so in the cybersecurity space, have you seen really good examples of how AI has been used to detect financial anomalies or fraud?
Yes, so most of the banks today will be using fraud detection and monitoring with AI. And I had an example yesterday when I was making a payment online myself as a business. You're making a transaction payment online, you're getting an SMS message and it's saying, did you make this payment? Contact us if you didn't. But behind that, before you ever receive the SMS, the bank itself is looking at that fraud detection and monitoring it and going, where was the location Michael made the payment from? What was the time and date that Michael made the payment? Does it look like a regular payment, or is there anything here that stands out? It's a red flag to us as a bank that we should be drawing the customer's attention to. So that kind of fraud detection side of things is already part of daily usage. We don't even realize that, getting the SMS to say, you make this payment, was it you? We're not even considering all the other steps that are happening behind that. But I still find it quite amazing that, you know, you hear of breaches, data breaches and phishing attacks and scams and everything, where someone has made a large payment and bang, money's gone and it's gone to the bad guys. And, you know, it's that side of things that it's not just an AI problem. It comes back to sort of governance again. And, you know, any business can put in place controls to say, if we're making a payment over €5,000, we need 2 people to sign off on it or something. When you get to that level, that businesses will be able to create the rules to interact with their banking systems or their payment systems or whatever they're using to say, you know, here are my rules for my business. And then enable the AI to say, oh yeah, Michael says that himself and Susie must authorize the payment before payment's made. You know, that will help to drive real change in terms of that fraud detection and monitoring. It's starting to be used, but there's a long way to go in terms of its adoption. The other side of it, on the security level, we're working with a lot of accountants and insurance brokers, and you know, the work environment has changed massively in the last number of years. You know, COVID kind of exacerbated it or speeded it up from a remote working perspective and hybrid working. And so we'd have SOC, Security Operations Center, monitoring of businesses and users that are accessing their systems. And so that's using security, information and event management, but it's using SIEM. AI is using SIEM to look at the users logging in on a day-to-day basis. Again, kind of the same concept as the financial side of things, with what's the location, what's the date and time. You know, if someone's trying to log on at 4 o'clock in the morning, and they usually only log in between 9 and 5, then that's a red flag. And it's helping from a security perspective. It's helping to take hundreds of thousands of alerts and logs and day-to-day normal activity and go, yeah, that's not activity. But it's helping to raise the red flags then for the things that you do need to be watching out for. And how that helps from a fraud detection point of view, you know, it's often the simple username password breach. You know, someone gets a username and password and they're able to log into a system and then start to take the next steps for that fraud transaction. So securing access to systems and using AI to monitor then and to surface the anomalies is something that we're seeing being used more and more.
And Jerry, yourself, from a venture capital perspective, have you seen a company who is using AI to really transform the financial services sector, even customer insights? Someone maybe that's part of your own kind of portfolio, and what has made them investable?
Okay, so yeah, so if you look at RegTech, okay, so regulatory compliance, we would have invested in a company probably 10 years ago or so now, just literally at concept stage, and it would have we did a 100k investment out of our seed fund into a company that was taking, and it was mentioned earlier actually, but taking regulatory statements from regulators. So if you take, say, the FCA in the first instance, or an SEC pronouncement, it's like a you know, it could be a 100-page legal document, and that would have been analysed previously within the you know, banks and the capital markets and anybody it was applicable to, and they would have looked at it and poured through it and identified, okay, this has got potential applicability to us, and then that would have been fed through gradually into their policies, and we need to monitor this, you know, and there was a kind of a 9-10 month cycle to that. What they did is they through a combination of subject matter experts, so that would be PhD graduates in legal and compliance, coupled with the data scientists. They took the legal pronouncements and built a taxonomy from that, and that was the initial concept from a point of view of where they originated. And from that now, what they've built on is they've built their models on top of that, so that now in real time, like they would have a client base of over half of the top 20 global banks in the world. So they would be, particularly in the financial services sector. So you're looking at insurance, banks, wealth management, and so on. there you can in real time see, okay, there's an amendment or a new regulation has come out in whatever jurisdiction. So these clients would be operating globally with a series of different business units. So they would have different business units in different geographical locations and with multiple regulators in each location.
Yeah.
And any one of those come out with a new 200-page legal document, our portfolio company can analyze that, so they can, in the first instance, identify that this regulation applies to you or potentially applies to you, to the client. They can then analyze that regulation and say, yes, this is the impact of it. There's these 3 or 4 sections of it that have applicability, and they can identify areas of risk for the client. They can then, from the model downstream, they can implement that across the client's policies and say, right, we need to tweak this policy, or we need a new policy. So like to implement a risk policy in a global bank such as that is typically, or was typically, kind of a 9-month process, because it has to go through all the checks and balances. Just to even identify what the proposal is in the first instance is a complex operation, and that can now be done in real time, so that the actual policy, the risk exposure can be identified in real time, and from that then they can implement an appropriate control to mitigate against the risk provided by that, and further again then, as well as taking the new regulation in real time and feeding it all the way through the control process to account for that. Obviously, for banks in such markets, they need to deal with the regulation, but then they also need to show that they've dealt with the regulation. So they need to report how they are addressing this obligation to the requisite regulatory body, and so again it goes to that step that they can now not only address the regulation and the impact upon the business, but show that they have addressed it appropriately, and monetarily perhaps provide for the exposure presented as well if there is exposure in their business. So if there's a new regulatory and there is a possibility of a fine, or if there's a breach identified or a potential breach, they can quantify the exposure that presents in advance of mitigating it. So then they obviously stepped in is to mitigate that exposure, but also there's an obligation upon them to report the exposure, to quantify it and mitigate it. So it's taken what would have been a very text-laden, long 9-month plus process to real time, and it's I suppose it's a good example because it's taking the AI, but very much in the whole process throughout is like they still will have, for every data scientist, a subject matter expert still in the business who is alongside the AI engine, because it's back to the point that's come up repeatedly, is trust, and like here the exposure for the client is that what the output is wrong, so there needs to be very high level of trust, so their whole reputation really is built upon accuracy and trust, and that concept that's been referenced of move fast and break things, like that's coming from coding and building out a new feature or a new release fast and get it out there, see what works, see what doesn't. But when you're building a model, and particularly in a regulated space or in finance, trust and accuracy is a cornerstone of everything that you do, and it's very much not only relying on the technology, but you still need the human in the loop and the subject matter expert to be there to shepherd it along and to give yourself in the first instance confidence, and then give your clients confidence that level of trust and accuracy is there and that they can rely upon it.
And can I ask you actually, that AI solution, is that running, that initial action of picking up a change in regulation, is that running autonomously, or? Yeah,
it's autonomously, but there is review built in as well as change.
Yeah, but that initial, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and so it's coming, like, it's a company that we would have, like when we invested on it, we were backing the founder really from knowing him and his background in a related field, coupled with this seems logical. We're not quite sure what the revenue model will emerge from this yet, but we've good guys addressing what seems like a problem, which has got huge market application, and there was a couple of false starts on the actual use case of it from a point of view of the commercialization of what they were building. and then eventually it just kind of made sense. And then they were kind of ahead of the curve from like the AI hype cycle of the last couple of years was just feeding into what they had already built. It was perfect timing as well, because a lot of successes. You can do the right things, and timing and luck is still a factor in everything. Absolutely. From the point of view of the commercialization of something. The same great idea 6 years earlier wouldn't probably have lasted long enough to see the market.
Yeah, we see it all the time.
Yeah.
And I suppose just sticking with yourself, Ciara, for a moment, what are the key indicators that you see that a business is ready to scale an AI solution from that kind of proof of concept point to enterprise-wide deployment?
So like probably what we see a lot is proof of concepts and going, this is a really nice use case, and prove it out. But like there's a huge complexity to take it from that to, as you say, the enterprise-wide deployment. There's technical factors, there's just actual infrastructure within the organization and the ability to, because particularly again in financial services, like there was mention of earlier of a bank requesting a fax, like it is quite a conservative sector by its nature, and with good reason too, with good reason, but it is conservative. So there is there can be a reticence, like to okay, this is nice over here and I see what you did, but Jesus, it's a big step to actually let So you need the infrastructure, and you need and that you've got in a lot of financial institutions, you've got huge legacy systems that are bolt on, and they're iterative, and to actually bring them the requisite pieces together and enable them to speak to each other is complex, or can be complex. You've got data as well, back to my earlier point, like you've got big issues with duplication and redundant data, and I'm sure I'm in financial institutions as Ger with a G, Ger with a J, Gerald, Gerard, and so on and so forth. And this is kind of simple stuff, but it all impacts the ability to scale across a solution across an organization. The other big thing then really is like you do really need to define the return on investment, and is this, because you need to bring on board a broader organization, and you need to bring on board kind of top-down buy-in to what you're trying to deploy across the organization, and that needs to be a very clear demonstration of what this would bring, and a clear understanding as well of the challenges that will come in deploying this. Like there will be wrinkles, there will be problems, and you need kind of air cover from the the senior management and the board to buy into, okay, because as you're deploying something across an organization, there will be silos within the organization that it won't suit, and that will perhaps be made somewhat redundant, or perhaps feel somewhat threatened by it, or whatever. So there will be resistance, and there'll be friction and hurdles, and that's why you need senior board level nearly buy-in to actually give air cover to that, and to allow you to knock through those hurdles on the deployment. But to get that, you need a very clear business case as why this is worth doing, why it's logical, why this is where we need to go. So you need the actual model, you need your data, you need your infrastructure, but you need the kind of cultural buy-in as well, the deployment, and without one of those, it makes it very difficult,
Absolutely.
Because a lot of organizations are very much like, they want to do it and they like to, but when the rubber hits the road, then that's where the actual hurdles are encountered and the friction comes up,
Okay, super. I'm watching our time there. So I think we'll wrap up just with one last question. So I suppose for all of you on the panel, and Michael, we'll start with yourself. How do you see AI reshaping the role of the financial professional over the next 3 to 5 years? And I suppose, is there anything that you could point at to maybe indicate that future? Is there anything in particular that you're kind of excited about?
Yeah, I think a lot of the talk about AI today is about the use of AI. And from a financial professional perspective, it's going to be, rather than just using it, it's how people within their financial businesses are taking the AI and coaching it themselves. So like Joe mentioned, rubbish in, rubbish out, in terms of data models and stuff like that. There's an awful lot that businesses will need to do with regards to their own data to use AI effectively, and to take it from just using AI to the common use that we ask a question to ChatGPT or Copilot or whatever and get a response. But a lot of mistakes are made in terms of trying to boil the ocean. Hrvoje mentioned it this morning in terms of 95% of AI projects not really being a success.
Yeah.
It's because we're trying to go from A to Z instead of just focusing on a small use case. And what's the small change that we can make in our business today using AI, whether that's machine learning or predictive analytics, or, you know, breaking it down to smaller parts. You know, there's a lot of talk about agentic AI as well, but when you have all these hundreds, it sounds great to have all these hundreds of agents that will do everything for us. If you can't get the first agent to do something for you and make it a real small use case so that it can be a success, rather than trying to go from here to here and then realizing, oh, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Let's throw it out.
It's almost back to what Ger was saying there, but like, you know, one of your very first steps, it should be really defining what is the return on investment, what is the benefit here of introducing this, you know.
Exactly. And, you know, there's some good AI frameworks out there and some good models that help companies to use AI sensibly and to bring it in to be successful. So I think, you know, again, going back to my point earlier about businesses that are running to use AI and then making mistakes, or that leads to data breaches or other security concerns, you know, taking the time to get the data right to begin with, taking the time to break down the use cases. And, you know, it might be that you want to get to there, but there might be 20 steps before you get to there. So make step one a success. I think that's not just for financial, not just for the finance space, but for business in general. You know, we often think we can do it. You know, we're very optimistic about what we can do with technology and how technology will help change what we're doing today. But if we bring it back to the basics and just create very small use cases, and get the wins from that, and then build on those wins, you know, I think a few years down the line we'll see a very different use of AI from what we're seeing it being used for today.
Small, slow and steady seems to be your...
Indeed.
And Susie, how about yourself? What sort of changes do you see to the financial professions over the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, I think like ultimately, like, and across all sectors really, but like finance as well, is it's going to make us more efficient, you know, but it's not replacing jobs. It's just about making us more efficient on our day-to-day, you know, how we can get things done in a safe and secure way so that we can focus on the things that really matter. I definitely don't see it, you know, replacing jobs or anything like that. Personally, I do think, you know, Michael touched on it there around the agentic AI. I think that's going to be very interesting, you know, all those mundane tasks where you have to go through. Like, I know there was one client I talked to, I think it was like 20 process steps in reviewing an invoice, you know, and the reconciliation. Like there was like, all of those were different parts of the company, and this is a small organization. Like this wasn't like this was a very small Irish organization, and it was just a nightmare. You know what I mean? So like that now can be, you can focus on, like, let's use agentic AI to automate even 80% of those. We're not saying 100%, 80%. Even if you got 50% of them, isn't it better than where you are today? And that saves you your 50% of time then to focus on the ones like where you have the issues with invoicing, understanding like invoicing with bad handwriting or invoicing, you know, like let's focus on those ones then, where we can put our time and effort into. So for me, I just think it's about identifying the pockets that we can use AI to do the heavy lifting for some parts of it, so that we can use our skills as humans to actually do the parts the machine can't do. Or that we can focus our time on, you know, strategic decisions or longer term objectives and goals.
Okay. So increased efficiency and more time for strategic.
Yeah.
Now for yourself, sure.
I suppose really like it's nearly Jane's presentation there earlier about men and where they're going. It's, you know, it's a really, really interesting company.
Amazing, yeah.
Like having trained as a chartered accountant myself, I think it's kind of sad to think that the future generation will be deprived of the joy of balancing the balance. I think, you know, they won't know. They never know that feeling of finally getting it right, you know. So, but I think that's where we're going really from a point of view of the day to day, and it is going to be that incremental. Like it's just talking to a portfolio CEO yesterday, and like his view was that you know, he's very much top down. Culture is his staff, all staff trained on just basic AI understanding and on writing prompts and engagement, and it's kind of embedded across the organization, and he's seeing incrementally, like it's small but incremental, everybody is doing their job a little bit more efficiently, you know. Yeah. Everybody is and what that is doing is it's empowering people then to kind of, like, people have ideas, and you know, the people in your organization know it best, but they're busy getting the stuff done. Yeah. And if you can take away even 20-30% of that and let people, you know, there will be a little bit of job loss probably from the point of view of that efficiency piece, or at least at a transitional stage, but ultimately it will lead to better outcomes. It'll lead to stuff getting even better, because people who have insights, the people who are crunching the numbers, you know, they see where the leakage is or where the inefficiencies are, and if you can get them a little bit of space to get out of that from the point of view of automation, at a day-to-day level, it's not a big bang that will come in and go, right, we're taking, you know, 400 people and putting in this magic engine. Yeah. It's going to be just that incremental optimization on a day-to-day basis to enable people who know businesses best provide ideas and solutions and move up the kind of value chain a little bit. I think that's where it'll happen gradually, and then you look back in 3 or 4 years' time and you'll go, Jesus, it's changed completely. But you know, you won't see it happening in such a big manner. It'll just happen gradually, you know. Yeah. But you will, in like Outmen are flying in that regard, and others likewise, that to try to just taking away, because there is, you know, in finance there is a lot of mundane tasks which are prime for what can be achieved with a good model and good AI, you know. So it's kind of it's a great vertical to demonstrate what can be done within an organization, you know. Sure. And the beauty of it is that no matter what happens in an organization, it comes through finance at some point. So if you can get finance on board and the influencers there, it will be a good starting point for any implementation across the other sectors of the organization, you know.
Absolutely, and I think I was mentioning to you earlier, like we deal with a lot of companies here with the RDI Hub, and my colleague Kearney in particular is dealing with a lot of companies, and in those companies, when they're looking at their AI strategy, it's finance are one of the big drivers. They're the people that seem most interested and excited about the adoption of the technology. But it sounds like you're all kind of singing off the same hymn sheet. Next 3 to 5 years, no drastic changes, but increases in efficiency, reduction of those monotonous tasks, and maybe more time to spend on that strategic and creative thinking. Okay, but I think that's all. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate your time. We've run a little bit over, but does anyone have any burning desire to ask a question? No.
Thanks very much, guys. Look, just to wrap up, amazing insights, incredible speakers, great networking. It's nice to see so many people in the room. I hope you'll come back again tomorrow. I would suggest all the speakers that were speaking today said, oh yeah, reach out if you have more information. Capitalize on that. Seriously, follow up with them, follow them on LinkedIn. Hope to see you tomorrow. In the meantime, if you wouldn't mind, any feedback that you could give us would be greatly appreciated. And have a lovely evening, and thanks so much for coming.